Wasn't too happy about that reply, but of course it was a perfect response. So what do you think? Well, Sergei, he could play both e4, d4.
Yeah, he can come up with anything, I guess. Generally, he played well. Let's see the standings for a moment before we have the first move, and let's see who is doing what. Right now, Rapport is leading with 8.5 points, and Nepomniachtchi, as he won yesterday, scored 3 points with the classical game victory, so he's the follower with 7 points, and we have a move.
Yep.
And we have a move. We get back to that.
And she's not going to take it back.
And e4. I like this move.
Yeah.
It's my favorite move, and let's see if he's taking back. Anyway, just go through fast. Magnus has 6 points, and Karyakin has only 4 points, while Alireza and Aryan Tari, they are equal with 3 points. So right now it's very clear that they're on the top seeds between Rapport, Nepo, and Magnus. I think we can see that for now, definitely they are the 3 who is in the
the
breaking
stars,
apart from the others.
The star so far is your countryman Richard Rapport, Judith. He's been playing very well. He won 2 classical games.
Yeah.
And then
out of 3 of the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Because there was Nepomniachtchi won a classical game and Rapport 2, and all the others were
still
in Armageddon playoff.
Yeah. So there is Magnus Carlsen. And
just arriving, gets himself comfortable for the play, and yeah, he was so happy when he beat in Armageddon Nepomniachtchi. We had him in the show after his victory, and I think we can say safely that for the first time I saw back to his real smile what he had.
Yes.
Since the tournament started, because before that he was struggling in the openings, in the classical as well as in the Armageddon games, and against Nepomniachtchi, of course, he had to be completely a different player, because he had to get back to really not to allow to give any opportunity for Nepo to take over with the black pieces. But let's see, because we have some great Sicilian on the board between Sergei and Magnus, right? c5, knight f3. Let's see what Magnus will be up to. Is he going to play the Sveshnikov, or let's see, knight c6?
Will he go for the bishop b4? No, d4. Okay.
No, let's go for the open Sicilian, right? d4.
You want a real Sicilian, right?
Yeah. Let's see what's going to be the outcome of this. He takes d4. Knight takes d4. Probably we should expect Sveshnikov, Pelikan. Knight f6, knight c3, and whether it's e6 or e5. I think it will be e5.
You think, yeah. And you are absolutely right. There it is, the Sveshnikov.
Knight db5.
So now we will soon find out if they go into the really complex.
Yeah, we'll see how sharp are they going to play, right? It's either bishop g5, one of the main move, and knight d5 is the other one. This was the system what knight d5 was played between Fabiano in the World Championship in 2018, between Fabiano and Magnus in the World Championship. So, okay, this is the line which white goes. And this line is interesting because obviously the bishop g5 line is something, the old line, because you want to immediately to the point with white to create more opportunity for white to jump knight d5 without having the knight on f6 to protect it, because this would be the weakest link of this whole system. So knight d5 from this point of view, it's not very logical. At the same time, everything becomes concrete, even though sometimes it looks positional, but it becomes concrete, and many of the players like to play this system. And now it's either knight e7 or knight b8 is the move.
But then, do you think it came really into fashion due to the match that Carlsen and Caruana and Carlsen played? Because the Bishop G5 used to be the main move for many, many years.
Yeah, but actually the Sveshnikov was fashionable for many, many years. Of course, it was also Kramnik in this system who made it even more fashionable, because he was playing it with such a power and such a great knowledge and dynamics that he showed that. But there were Iescas from Spain, and there were quite a few people.
Peter Leko.
Peter Leko also played it. And so if you can balance the energy you play with black but still keep everything in balance, then it can be very interesting and very dangerous sometimes from black side as well. Especially now that c4 is played, bishop e7, now black is thinking whether knight g6, queen a4. Okay, so this is the position I think they had with Fabiano. It's an early bring out with the queen and go to b4. Yeah, so the d6 pawn is under attack. Black should be or probably playing queen b8. Kind of the only reasonable move, I think, to defend the d6. But of course, this is all theory. And after queen b8 also, I think some people play h4. There is a very interesting situation for both colors, because the b4 queen in one hand stands very active and good because it puts pressure together with the knight on d6. At the same time, when black will be able to push back with pawn on a6, let's say, and the knight comes back to c3, then it can be pretty much out in the game, from the game. And what black is playing, always hesitant about it, whether to play a6 or no, because black can also time to time think about playing e4 and centralize his knight to e5. So in this system, I always feel that it's only one move, and then from better position, you get worse position. With either color, it can happen to you. So white has to be very careful by playing g3, for example, because then the f3 square can be a serious weakness, and queen b8 is on the board. But I think now they will be thinking, so what about going to the Alireza game, because there we have a few moves as well played.
Yeah, and then we will return to World Championship history later.
Yeah.
Because I think that was one of the openings that the team Carlsen investigated in such incredible depth, finding entirely new ways for that match, and which afterwards, well, as so often happens, served him well in further tournaments. So it's interesting to see what Sergei Karjakin, what his plan is, or what he has been looking at, or his second Potkin, as we found out yesterday when he played this spectacular novelty, and afterwards he generously said, well, you should speak to my second Vladimir Potkin, because it was his idea.
Ah, okay.
So, but that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
So here we are, Alireza Firouzja's game against Aryan Tari.
And it's an Italian variation as well. Bishop f4, bishop c4, knight f6, d3. Bishop c4 was played against Tari by Magnus, I think, in previous rounds, which did not turn out very well for white. c3, d6, castle, and a5. I think this is exactly the same move what he played against Magnus. No, because Magnus did not castle. He played knight d2 in this position, and then it was a5. So after castle, he goes anyway a5. Of course, this move is against the possible b4, rook e1, short castle, white goes h3. Yes, h3 is a move, usually it's played without thinking too much, many times, because first of all, the bishop g4 is something that white wants to stop, but also the other idea that, for example, after knight d2, which I think is not a very good move, because knight g4, rook goes back, king goes h8, and f5 is a threat. Like after h3, I think black can go back to h6, and then to play f5. I don't know if exactly in this position it works, I believe yes, but generally this is a very, very powerful plan for black to move away his knight in order to give space for his f-pawn.
Yeah, that in fact is dream counterplay for black, isn't it? No.
So that's the reason white goes h3 for prophylactical purposes. Black does the same against bishop g5, so he went h6, and now bishop b5. Well, obviously this move is done because the a5 move was played, because after all this is a weak square now. So in some occasions white wants to be grabbing the knight on c6 and then push d4, or without capturing on c6. That's the other way of doing it. But d4 is something that white is playing for, of course. Also knight d2, then he goes knight f1, knight to regroup it to g3 or sometimes to e3, but d4 is the main plan.
So how do you study an opening like this? When I remember Anish Giri annotating a game, he says, well, it's very easy with the Italian. I'll give you the moves, and you just do them in random order. So one of them is h3, there's knight. And of course, that's, if you superficially look at many of the top games, you think, oh yeah, that's what's happening. They're always going to the same squares, but there are these subtle...
Yes, but generally it goes with most of the openings, which is not very concrete, right? So probably he said it also because the Italian, people play Italian to somehow slow down, not to enter to very concrete lines in the Rai Lopez, because they're kind of fed up with all the theory there is. But of course there is a significant theory on the Italian as well. So,
and as you just said, it can accelerate very suddenly.
Yes, and of course every move counts eventually. Maybe at this stage of the game you don't feel it, but it can easily happen. Like if you give away a tempo, or you don't make the right move order or something, it most likely will not cost your advantage completely, or you're not going to get a worse position. Maybe you give away your advantage if the opponent plays well. Actually, black played bishop a7, being prepared already against d4, kind of. And, well, because after d4, probably black can take, and d5. This is a typical reaction. So white played knight d2. He wants to develop his pieces first, go to f1 or to c4. So actually, after a5, this bishop on b5 stands very nice.
But nevertheless, black didn't play a5 for nothing. I mean, it's not like he gave up. Say, okay, here you can have square b5.
Oh, absolutely. It's not only that he stopped b4, but also he was making space for his bishop on a7.
Yeah.
So, but it is typical that you make a move and you give new opportunities to your opponent.
Yeah.
So it goes back and forth, but it changes a little bit. On my understanding, that it's a little bit looks like white is really having a great place with his bishop on b5, because the c4 square can be for the knight also. Black goes knight e7, having of course double idea. One is c6, b5. The other one, of course, to go knight g6. I mean, black's position seems to be very nice for me. And I think Tari made a significant improvement in his chess compared to, let's say, a year ago. Because in this year's tournament, he has some great battles. The first game was not very fortunate for him, because he had a bad opening with white against Rapport. But after that, he's in some games, well, he gave an extremely difficult time for Magnus with the black pieces. He was even kind of winning in the classical game. d4. d4, immediately taking actions over the e5 square and in the center. That's always a huge battle, what is going on. And probably d4 was actually a must. Because if, let's say, white would be going away with his knight, black would be going c6, bishop goes away, probably b5, knight g6. And it seems like a pretty reasonable. Right. Also, actually, instead of knight g6, c5 would be possible, because this bishop stands perfectly for being prepared against all kinds of d4 moves.
Yeah.
So after d4, it's black to move. I'm expecting knight g6 here, because d takes e5 is a threat. So black is not going to give up center. That's very clear.
Yeah. But you think that black can be happy with what he has on the board now?
I think he's pretty happy. I don't think he did anything wrong so far. His pieces are placed in the right place. So, yeah, I think
Well, as you say that
knight g6 is on the
Aryan
board.
Tari has improved considerably. He has a lot of experience. He had with stronger tournaments in the past years, worked with some strong players, and inevitably that has its effect, right?
Yeah. So what about going to the Rapport game just to see what is...
The leader doing,
yeah.
that's...
Okay, so what is really happening is knight f3 was the first move by Nepomniachtchi. d5, d4, knight f6, bishop e4, very solid way of putting the pieces only in the fourth move to play c4. e6, knight c3, knight bd7. I think actually this is also one of the most interesting matchup in this tournament, because Rapport, I think he has the image and everybody knows that he's a player who can make practically in any position, any move, because he represents creativity and innovation in chess. And of course, when he's in good form, he can do this in a very stylish way, and it works out for him, just as it does in this tournament. But it's interesting that he was spending quite a lot of time, 13 minutes up to this point, because probably he's not sure what his opponent is up to with this opening.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is, normally speaking, a rather fast player.
Yeah.
As we see now, even if he denied that yesterday. When I said to him, you played rather fast. He said that, well, he thought that he played rather slow. But,
Okay.
I think he still played faster than his opponent.
But I think here most of the players are not really a time trouble players, though everybody knows that they can't really afford being a time trouble here. Because if they reach move 40 with only a few minutes left on the clock, they can easily get in trouble in the rest of the game. So they understand that they have to work and be very much alert on their time management, how to handle it. Bishop b4.
Yeah, there have not been any real time scrambles, have there, so far?
No, after move 40, I think we get there when it's already a few minutes left on only for the players. But they're quite okay in their time management, I believe. I don't know if queen b3 is the move in this kind of position, or somehow it looks to me a little bit unusual. And queen b3, yeah, probably after queen b3 either a5 is possible to make, or immediately bishop c3. That's another option. So let's see what they are up to in this position. So far Nepo was playing pretty fast.
Yeah, so now he has to make a choice. I mean, according to the database, there's 4 moves that have been played here. And most of the games have been with queen b3, which looks very tempting.
Yeah, that's the most logical reaction, to immediately to ask the bishop what are you up to over there? I don't know if there were serious games immediately with bishop takes c3, or a5 is the reaction.
Well, there's been taking on c3 and also c5.
Yeah, c5 is also something to consider, of course. And Rapport left his chair, so it might be that he feels comfortable so far. But maybe we can go back to the other game, because we have a few moves in the game between Sergei Karyakin and Magnus Carlsen. And after queen b8, it was h4, which was played before, clearly. And White's plan is to go h5, obviously, to push away the knight on g6. Black goes h5, and then bishop e3.
That's the position now, right?
Bishop e3. So as you see, a6 is still not played by Black because, well, just now it did, because Black wants to wait until the last moment. He has to play a6. Now White will be going back to c3. Another question is whether Black should be playing immediately f5, for example. And of course, after f5, immediately we see why White played also h4 and provoking h5, because now the g5 square is something to occupy, possibly with the bishop from White. But it can get extremely complicated, these kind of structures. I don't know if we had any games on this.
Yes,
after
and
knight c3.
There have been two played by Magnus Carlsen himself. And actually he won both. He won against Jordan van Foreest and against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. And where was the Caruana game?
That was in the match.
In the match, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, but of course, when you played few games already in this position, you're also hesitant whether what kind of novelty and idea has been cooked by your opponent. And Black did not play f5, but he played bishop e7. So in this position, there are many ideas.
This was not true what I said, Judith. In that game, a5 was played, and not f5.
Not f5.
No,
okay,
sorry.
so bishop e7 was played, provoking White to play g3, which is, of course, kind of a must move. And now, of course, Black is trying to play, well, I don't know if f5 is going to be on the board shortly or not, but if Black could be playing like 3 moves immediately at once, then he would go f5, he would go e4, and he would occupy the square knight to e5. For example, this is something he should be taking into account. So that's one of the options. For the moment, castle is not really possible for Black, because after that bishop e2 comes and suddenly the h5 pawn is impossible to protect. It's possible to protect only by playing bishop g4, which I would think it's not very nice, because White can push h5, knight h8, and possibly even c5. And finally, the queen on b4 will be coming all the way to the other side of the board. So castle is not advisable, I think, in this position. So I would go for either f5 or also queen c7 or queen c8 in order to not to allow the possibility to play c5. Though, in many occasions, White might be sacrificing this pawn in any case to get some play, especially if he can be pushing his d pawn later on, so to create a passed pawn, even on a cost of sacrificing a pawn. So these positions are very complicated.
Can you give an example of that?
Well, I don't know exactly in which position. I think it's only for a later stage when, I don't know, let's say Black goes queen c7, because I'm not sure the bishop on b6 will be standing better than on e3, and then queen c8. Well, probably for the moment c5 would be not good, because Black is taking with the tempo. So I think it's for a later situation, let's say rook d1 or something, the queen moves, let's say, to b3, and then somehow c5 and d6 a possibility.
Yeah,
but
you need
now,
this follow-up d6.
Yes, generally I think follow-up is needed with d6, but it's more for a later part of the game. but it is something that black has to be taking care of. I mean, for now, he has to take care of and think all the time whether c5 by itself can be a move later, because it can be just an exchange of pawns. So that's why I'm thinking that black will be bringing his queen back from b8 to c8 or to c7.
Yes, so the two moves that have been played in this position, Judith, are f5 and a5. So what is the idea behind a5?
Well, behind a5 is really, I think, pushing the queen back, taking away from the c5, support the c5 square.
That it goes to a lesser square.
But I'm not sure I'm a fan of a5, to be honest, because queen goes back to b3, then there is a new spot for the white knight on b5, which can be useful. And, but of course it can get concrete very easily. But for example, here after queen b3, if let's say now you go f5, then already I might be considering c5 and even bishop b5, because the white squares got really weak. Or even, I don't know, probably d6 is kind of early, but let's say if black would be taking with the bishop, then I think white could have a great compensation with bishop c4, going even long castle sometimes. So black has to really understand very well what his continuation and the follow-up after a5. But I know that people are playing. So after a5, queen b3, yeah, because b6 is not possible yet, right? To stop all these kind of c5 breakthroughs. So after g3, actually it's interesting that Magnus have spent already 20 minutes up to this point, while Sergei spent only 6 minutes. But of course there is nothing wrong. I mean, it's already 15th move, so there is plenty of time to be spent. Well, and f5 is a move which is, of course, I would be expecting, because then, mainly not because of f4. f4 is not the move, because then bishop d3 would control the diagonal of white squares, but with the idea to play e4 and knight e5. So that is...
That is the continuation that you have in mind. I mean, you play f5 to continue with e4 and not with f4.
No, definitely I would be thinking to play e4, but and white has to make a decision how to continue, because it's also a question where to put this bishop. You can put it to e2, and just to keep an eye on h5, and castle was played, which means that maybe black wants to sacrifice a pawn for positional purposes. But let's see, because after castle, bishop e2 is the most logical reply, immediately pinpointing the fact that the rook is not on h8 anymore, and to attack the pawn, which after maybe it's possible to play f5, bishop h5, and go away with the knight, though I'm not sure I like it so much. So maybe after all he does have in his mind to play maybe now a5, and after queen b3, now bishop g4, so not to allow the idea which we looked before, that without a5 we were looking bishop g4, takes, and c5 option, and then the queen opens up the road towards g4 horizontally. So...
Yeah, this looks dangerous for black, doesn't it?
Yeah, but maybe he can go after bishop e2, a5 first, and only after queen b3 to go bishop g4. And after takes, let's say h5, black goes to h8. Though I'm not sure, it looks not so funny for black, because h6 is possible. I don't know if g5, it looks kind of strange, because after g6, h7 and bishop h6 can be the problem. Serious problem, so this is not possible. So let's see after bishop e2 what Magnus has in mind to play here. what is his idea that he wants to continue with.
So that is quite a decision to castle kingside.
Well, he should know what he's doing, that, and probably he does. It's just, I don't understand it immediately, what exactly, how is the way he wants to be playing this. What's the idea after bishop e2? This is the big question. Where is the counter play? What Magnus has in mind?
Can he strike on the queen side?
I don't see it actually how he wants to punch back on the queen side, because on the c4 you can't really give a counter attack yet.
Well, let's say that there is a computer suggestion to go b5.
Well, b5 is always something there, that's true, and after c takes b5, a takes b5.
Yep.
And I go bishop h5. Takes, I don't know if rook c8 or something. Maybe rook c8.
Yeah, this becomes very sharp, doesn't it?
This can get really sharp.
Yeah.
And well, bishop d8 is also something that white has to take account, and bishop a5. Yes, it must be very, very sharp after bishop e2 for sure.
What about white's king? Where
Well, white's king can go simply short castle, I think. It's not a big problem because, okay, in one way or not, I mean, bishop on g2 would give more safety to the white king, but the e2 bishop is actually standing better than on g2 because it controls the rook c4 possibilities.
Yeah.
And this is very important for white. So after bishop e2, if he goes b5, well, okay. We'll see what happens. Let's go back for the Rapport game for a second. Just a few moves happened. After e4, e3, bishop b4, white went rook c1 instead of the move queen b3, which we were discussing. Black castled, so white is just developing simply by playing bishop e2. He wants to castle, he wants to play very solid, not to get big problems. But what about playing knight e4 in this position with a very simple idea that if white castles, I would just want to take on c3 and play bishop a3, and it seems like the rook can be trapped. So knight e4, what white has in mind after knight e4? I'm very curious. Maybe on knight e4 he wants to go queen b3, only then. And then now black can take or c5. So absolutely after knight e4 it will be queen b3. Did we have any game on that?
I'll check.
Maybe. Well, I think in the next few moves it has to be clear where the pieces will be standing. Somehow, maybe c5 is the move what Rapport is thinking about right now, because that seems to be a healthy move, acting in the center. And actually, in the meantime, just 1 second back, Bishop E2 is on the board with Sergei and Magnus. So okay, we'll get back to that, but
We'll get an answer
so that
there.
yeah, so
Yeah.
probably some material will be given up by Magnus shortly. So he will have to show the great energetic style, how he gets the counter chances and compensation there.
Yeah, but you're right. Let's say after knight e4, then the move is queen b3.
Yeah, that's not a question.
that's-
Queen b3.
That's the only
absolutely.
move that has been played.
And it's the only move which has to be played.
Yep.
So I'm not sure knight e4 is really good. I would now go for c5. c5, and then it can go a3, or it can go even castle. That's also possible, just to leave it there, the center. But okay, we'll see what he's up to. There are
Do you remember, Judith, when you first saw Richard Rapport and that people drew attention to him as a talented player? I mean, you must have known him for many, many years.
Ooh, that was a long time ago.
I mean, did he always have this reputation of this creative player, or?
He was always a creative player, but it was kind of more that we were talking and the world was talking about it when he was also doing these very interesting and complicated and sometimes strange things against top players also. That's when people really started to stamp him with this, right? That he really makes some crazy moves sometimes.
And then that's your reputation forever.
Yeah, of course it can. I mean, this is the case. This was the case with me also, that people said that I was so aggressive player.
Yeah.
And then later on, when I a little bit changed my style, because when I was improving and playing on the top level, of course I had to change my style a bit. But whenever I had a game which was firework or good attack, then of course everybody said it that okay.
Most questions were still about g4.
Well, I think it's like with actors. Somebody plays a few comedies, and then even if you could play in another type of movie, they still just simply think of you like a comedian person. So he has this trademark, but in this tournament he was simply playing very well, I think, so far.
Well, and clearly he has grown as a player, become more all-round. I mean, you were his coach at the Olympiad.
Well, I was more of a captain, not a coach.
Captain,
yes, because I was not advising so much on chess lines. It's
you didn't?
No, that was not my role when I was a captain.
But you must have had the urge to interfere sometimes.
No, I think he's simply not a player who is demanding something like this. It was more that after the game we were discussing what has happened and so on. While other of players, sometimes like Berke, she was asking me some questions, King's Indian and here and there. And but my main role was to
psychological
psychological coaching. Yeah, there were some special moments, especially in the European Championship when we scored and we won the bronze medal. So those moments were more important for my role.
So how would you define Richard Rapport? What kind of player is he? I mean, if we don't want to go for the stereotypes, I mean, he's clearly more than just a creative player.
Well, I think he's a good calculator, which you have to have no matter whether you're a tactician or a positional player. He doesn't mind to exchange queens. He likes to have, of course, all kinds of positions with good circumstances from his side.
Yeah.
No, well, the biggest trademark of him, it's not that he can make crazy, strange moves, but that he's completely unpredictable in his openings, for example. And in one hand, because he has many ideas, in other hand, maybe he doesn't necessarily go so deep. or spend so much time on preparation. But as he's very creative and he has a lot of interesting ideas, it means that the whole world on the highest level, they know that whatever he's playing, you have to take it seriously, right?
Yeah,
because if he's in good form, then
he doesn't
he
make
feels
it up at the board.
He has this very good intuition also when he's in good form.
Yeah.
And he calculates very well, which is very important. It was the same with Karpov. That when I was a kid, I thought, well, it's such a boring chess and so on. But when you look at his games, you found out that it was maybe a lot of positional, a lot of maneuvering and so on. But when it had to come for action, then somehow all his pieces were just perfectly set for action. So this is kind of tricky that those players who are very positional, they actually very good calculators.
Yeah. Well, what strikes me is that he works alone so much that he doesn't have a famous coach or a very strong player that he works with all the time. Is he a very individualistic person, or is it just that he follows his own ideas and doesn't see the use of somebody else?
I don't know him so well, but I think it's a matter of personality as well. But I think he's talking with many of the players in tournaments when he's traveling. So he's collecting information, ideas, and sometimes, time to time, I think he may work with some of the players. But it's true that on this level, usually you think and you know people that they are working with this other good grandmaster or someone else, or they have a coach or something. But actually, he does not live in Hungary. He lives in Serbia for a few years.
Yes.
So I was usually meeting him on team competitions when I was playing together in one team with him, or later on when I was the captain of him and the team.
And it wouldn't surprise us if he occasionally met some Serbian players. I mean, because it's still a very popular sport in Serbia. Maybe some players that he does talk to. Or,
well, of course, the last year and a half with the COVID, it gave extra challenges for everybody, how to train and so on. But definitely he has a very good vision in chess, I would say. We have moves in Sergei and Magnus game. So b5. As you were telling that this is after bishop b2 as an option, and after c takes b5, black took back a takes b5. So now bishop b5 is something also white can consider, but after bishop b5, let's say queen b5 is not good, or I would think it's not good because of takes and rook b8. So a4 is not possible because of the pin. So it's rook b5, and if after rook b8, white would be going, well, he has an option to go to a7 maybe to reach out to the nice outpost on c6, then rook b2. So I think this would be quite fine for black, so this is not an option really. One question is whether white can take with the knight, which after I think e4 might be the reaction from black, and now really knight e5 is coming up. So black can get some pretty reasonable compensation. So this is one way of, but actually after bishop b5, maybe rook c8 is also something that white should be taking in account. Not only that, but there is also a move bishop d8. So I mean, I'm looking at a move like queen b3. What about playing anyway bishop a5, giving up the bishop, takes, but I think white is doing fine because it's king e2. So white is protecting his rook on a1.
But isn't white inviting the counterplay that black wants to have? I mean, can he take this pawn on h5 and try to make further progress there? And
you mean here?
Yeah.
No, it's just bishop b5 is also an alternative, that's all. No,
but
bishop
but then
h5.
you have to find something forcing. don't you?
For black, you mean after bishop h5?
No, if you go b5, I mean, then it should be waterproof. Then
Yeah, of course. Magnus has to have ideas after this. So after bishop h5, I would think that his plan is rook c8 or bishop d8 and regrouping his bishop to a5.
He's really looking for a lot of activity.
Yeah, but the question is whether is it going to be enough compensation. Of course, rook c8 is possible, and this is what we were talking, bishop e2. But not all the time it's clear that black has compensation, but the question is whether he has enough compensation. Because one or two moves and white can consolidate and keep the pawn up.
But you have the feeling that black has the initiative here, or is the,
I'm not
could
sure.
it be
I don't
very
know.
short-lived?
At first, I would not give this pawn, but of course, I think he analyzed it a lot, so he must know what he's doing. But for the moment, I wouldn't be afraid with white that I can get in trouble. I mean, the only question is whether black has enough compensation or not. So.
Yeah.
But definitely, it's a very challenging position, a very tense position for both colors.
And the question is if this was some over-the-board inspiration, or if we are in. You think we are an engine country?
I don't know, but it cannot be. I mean, it cannot be completely 100% fresh. I mean, for sure, he must have analyzed something, either concretely this position, which I think concretely this position, or something extremely similar, where you have exactly the same patterns and ideas. But I would think that it should be some old analysis or something like that. Because looking at his time that he was spending 23 minutes, it's also something that makes you think that what is happening. And now I think actually they have exactly the same time right now, and it's interesting how Sergei will decide to take on b5 or to take on h5. I would take on h5. I would take the h5 pawn. But okay, let's see the other games. We also have a few moves between Alireza and Tari. And there, after bishop, here we stopped after d4. Black went knight g6, a4, which is a very logical move, a4. When you have a little time, then you do this in this kind of position. c6, bishop moved back to d3. Kind of provoking also black to go knight f4, because it's also always a nice square on f4, but he can occupy it in a later time also. Rook e8. The idea is to protect the e5 square, the pawn, so the knight can be moving away. Or also he wants to be considering to play d5 in the center. So white moves away with his bishop, so knight f4 is not going to be with the tempo. And let's see what black is up to here. Of course, d5 is always something that white has to consider. One of the simplest and typical reaction is taking on e5, takes, let's say knight f3. And if black rook goes back to e8, then let's say e5. So I think this is something where white would have the initiative, and the bishop stands perfectly fine on c2, because white will be able to bring his queen to d3, and the battery this way will give a little difficulty for black on h7. So d5, I believe, is not something that black can do right now yet. Not yet.
Well, if you look at Alireza Firouzja, who was hailed as the new big talent, I mean, he's been struggling a bit so far in the tournament. Are these the growing pains, or do you see any explanation for that, or you think it's way too early to draw any conclusions?
Well, I think this tournament is not his tournament so much yet. But of course, already by the age of 18, I think that's his age, it's clear that all the top players are taking account that Firouzja is someone who can be a contender for a later World Championship title match even. Because he has all the self-confidence, he has great understanding, very interesting dynamic in his play. But of course, if you don't get the positions where you can show your talent and your creativity, then it's not so easy.
Yeah.
But of course, it counts what kind of form you are, but moreover, what kind of openings you get out of the.
Yeah, you mean you have to be a bit lucky with the openings, with the positions that you get if they suit you.
Yeah, that I think is a huge challenge for everybody, but on the top level as well, that how much you can feel not only your opponent, but also how can you feel yourself. That depending on your mood, depending on your form, depending on the surprises that you can cook against an opponent. So I think there are a lot of things which you can take into account, how to choose an opening and against which player, which opening to play, for example.
Yeah.
This is also very important, and also in a tournament situation, also to take that account.
Yeah.
I remember that I was not a player who was thinking about that. Okay, I'm in bad form, I should be playing more solid. It took me a lot of time to understand that simply when things are not working on your way, you should switch a little bit and not to burn bridges as like when you're in great form. So after bishop c2,
well, and maybe he's still finding his road. I mean, he has to build a team and make some decisions. Where do you want to go? With whom do you want to work? Here we see that he's accompanied by Ivan Cheparinov, who has tremendous experience as a coach. Do you think that's a good fit, or how do you say that? I mean, he's been working with, he was working with Topalov for many years, and all the World Championship experience.
I don't know, probably. I mean, when you have a coach and a trainer, it's very important also the personal aspect, whether the chemistry works well and they trust each other, they can work with each other, so it has a very good workflow.
Yeah.
And that's very clear that Cheparinov was kind of famous for being a hard worker.
Yeah.
So that's why also when you want to help someone on the top level, like Topalov, he was helping out, you have to be able to work very hard for long hours.
Yeah.
And but of course, have a coach on tournaments, it is a different role, I think, a little bit than at home or in training camps. Because when you have your player playing, for a coach it's also important to accompany the player for an after the game walk and to comfort the person, to give them self-confidence if something goes wrong in the classical game. I was myself a coach kind of. When my sister Susan was playing in the World Championship series, actually the candidates match, which she wouldn't, and then later on in the World Championship match, and I know that it was very important for her also to have the emotional
that you talk
support
to her and
yeah, before the game, after the game, and just keep the good and relaxed atmosphere. We also had Psahis who was helping in chess-wise. I was also chess-wise as well. But I'm just saying that in many occasions the coaches, they have to be helpers, not only over the chessboard, but they eventually, if they work for many years, they have to be friends and helping each other in every way.
now that is easier if it's your sister, but
obviously.
But it's true. I mean, if you look at here, well, you had Vladimir Potkin here in the studio, and well, you can see. I mean, the way he is well, the way he talks and acts with Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, they are friends.
Yeah.
They are in this together, and you say that is something that is very, very important.
Yes, this is very important, because in these cases you understand also that a coach, a trainer, cannot be exchanged or replaced by another good player.
Yeah.
Because of this, because the emotional aspect of it.
Yeah.
That and this is a very big issue for players on the highest level, that who do you want to play with, who is strong enough to help. You have the trust, you have the friendship, or you can imagine a friendship also. So it's a very complex story.
Yeah, you mean you can fully understand what Kazim Janov said after he stopped working with Fabiano Caruana, that he says it feels like a divorce. I mean, it's something that goes much deeper than just a professional relationship.
Yeah, because you have to visualize it, that with the coach and well, student, it would be strange to say, but let's say for a player and the coach, they spend a lot of times together. So they usually spend hours, 8-10 hours many times. In a training session, you wake up, you do some sport together, you play chess, you eat together, then you play more chess, and you do more sport, then you see a movie together or something, but they really spend most of their time together. Yeah. And even if they are not together physically, they talk over the phone or on the internet or sending ideas to each other. So there's always a very strong connection through chess, but even the everyday things, traveling together, so experiencing things together.
Yeah, sure. So what is Magnus doing?
Magnus, as we know, he gave up his pawn, and the h5 pawn was taken by Sergei. And he went bishop d8, which was one of the options. So he's heading to very fast to the other side of the board through a5. Well, now white can consider to take on g6, for example. This is one of the considerations. The other one is just to go and put safety my king on g1, which after, let's say, black goes bishop a5, queen b3, because I wouldn't like to go to e4, to f5, I think. Though even after f5, it's not clear to me. I go, let's say, queen g2, what is black up to? Because my bishop on h5 is attacking the bishop in g6. And if, let's say, black moves away knight e7, then I go bishop g5. And it is something very unpleasant for black, I believe. So after queen e4, somehow I get the feeling that I don't understand something in this position. I would just love to play this with white.
The white position appeals more to you.
Maybe bishop a5, oops, not queen c4, queen e4, rook c8. Maybe rook c8. But then bishop g6, I don't know, somehow I have the feeling that black is behind in time. That's the feeling I have. Because, I mean, rook c4 is, you cannot be playing that. So, I don't know, somehow it looks very slow for black. But if you don't go bishop a5, what's the point to do it? I mean, if black goes knight e7, this is something, of course, logical, and then you're threatening to go bishop a5 in any case. Yeah, probably this would be the move, knight e7. And now white has to be thinking how to continue. So what about, let's say, rook d1, bishop a5, white goes queen b3. Maybe knight f5 is something to bother the bishop on e3. I don't know. Maybe it's a way of thinking in modern chess with the engines.
What
With
you mean
well, the alpha zero, it was
there's
just
some
giving,
alpha zero plan?
yeah, just giving pawns, and then maybe 20 moves later we understand why it was a good idea. For the moment, I don't understand why is it such a good idea after castle. I mean, it's definitely that black has to fight for the compensation. Maybe yeah, now rook c8 is not possible.
You don't think there's enough counterplay with bishop a5 and...
I don't know. Somehow, for me, it seems that it's pretty slow. If queen b3, then maybe not so slow. b4, white can go maybe knight e2. Knight e7. I mean, after b4, also this a5 bishop looks kind of strange.
You don't want to exchange that one for the knight, for instance, or...
Well, bishop c3, you mean in this position? Not really.
Well, or as a general thought, I mean...
Not really. Maybe knight e7 here immediately. And then let's see how white is going to be playing, and then black can go knight f5 in the next move. Yeah, I mean, maybe the game is only for long strategical play. Let's say bishop e2, now black goes b4, knight e4. Let's say black goes f5. Of course, there are a lot of ways to play it, and also probably Magnus does not mind to complicate matters, because you can get lost in the labyrinth in some ways. So of course it's very difficult to create chances with black. If, let's say, with black you want to win against Sergei Karyakin, it's not an easy task, that's for sure. And if you want to do so, you have to create something not a symmetrical, a kind of unbalanced position, which with a lot of calculation and a lot of complexity.
But if you think that his castling kingside, I mean, for black, that it was a prepared move, then it comes with...
He went knight e7. Oh, he has to know this, all the ins and outs of this structure. What are the counter chances? What are the ideas? And well, now after knight e7, yeah, indeed. Now he keeps in mind that, first of all, he keeps the tension, and now he keeps the option of queen a5, bishop a5, and knight f5, and sometimes to play f5. But for the moment, it's hard to imagine for me that f5 will be the move, because after all kind of move f5 is done, then bishop on g5 can bother black's pieces quite significantly. So after knight e7. Yeah, now the question is how white is reacting. White can, for example, go bishop f3 to pay attention on the d5 square, the pawn. So after bishop a5, queen b3, and get ready after f5, bishop g5, which we were talking about. And maybe black just wants to go rook c8, you know. Put pressure on white's pieces.
I mean, after
and
bishop
then he
g5, you cannot go back with the knight, or that's too dangerous.
Well, you don't want to move away with your knight. I think
you want to have
you don't want to go elsewhere from e7. You're happy to have it there, especially if you are able to play knight f5 one day. Knight f5 now is also interesting, but I thought that
there's no way you can go e4 and then get your knight to e5.
That is going to be slow, I think, for the moment. And he just went away because the bishop was on h5, so...
Yeah, but in very modern computer chess, you sometimes just return, right? Then,
oh yeah, that's possible, generally speaking, of course. It is possible. But maybe white shouldn't go bishop f3, but white do have to take care of the possibility of the d5 pawn, that's for sure. So rook d1 was the other move which I thought is interesting. And then knight f5 can be done immediately with black. And then the question is how white is handling this bishop, whether is white ready to give up the bishop, and then let's say queen e4, black goes b4, white goes away, knight e2. And well, actually black can go queen b5 or something. So maybe it's just really positional compensation that black is there with his rook on the a file, so he's putting pressure over there, and he claims to be okay. And this maybe it's an okay judgment. Well, bishop g4.
Would you qualify this as very modern chess? I mean, I'm just trying to think of in the old-fashioned way that you look at a position, okay, what's going on, and what is white's plan and what is black's plan. But that's way too simplistic here.
I think it's more complex than that. It's like you're trying to figure out continuously what more ideas there is for black to give a difficult time for white.
Yeah.
And it's important, and it's not easy to understand the position where the problems can arise from which side. Those are very obvious moves to play bishop a5 and to go knight f5. But when we talk about positions like this, it can easily be the case that, for example, you don't play knight f5 immediately because you need this detailed information that you have your knight on e7. You keep it there just for the threat of it, to play here or to attack on d5, to keep an option to play knight f5, and just to keep the tension after bishop a5, let's say, knight f5, or black maybe he just does not want to go knight f5. He just wants to play whatever white is playing. He goes bishop a5 and after that rook c8. So to have the rooks on the open file on a8 and c8, and simply waiting white how he wants to be continuing the game. Because the bishop on h5 is not something special, it's not doing too much. The bishop on e3 can be always attacked by or bothered a little bit from the knight. The black rook has an improvement place for the rook on c4. Also sometimes b4, sometimes even the exchange might be something to consider with black, but I think for the moment he doesn't want to exchange that piece.
Yeah, so those are the characteristics that you sum up, and then the conclusion, okay, we probably, that will be decided, well, that changes every move.
In every move it's changing. So for now, white is on move, and he has to decide whether he feels like the d5 pawn has to be overprotected or protected just in case by playing bishop f3 or with rook a d1. Because somehow I feel that the rook from f1 should go to d1, not the other way around. And I don't know exactly why I'm saying that, but somehow rook a d1, I don't know, maybe anyway really black goes bishop a5 and rook c8. And sometimes after b4, black can go bishop b5, and then maybe this rook is it's not so good. And also after b4, I think the a2 pawn can be weaker. So that's why I would think that it's either bishop f3 or rook d1. Because by playing rook d1, white wants to go, for example, knight e4. So to free up the knight, because then the rook is protecting the d5 pawn, and then there is a possibility that I can move away with my knight. But black is extremely strong in the center. So for example, if one day, let's say, black has the opportunity to play f5, f4, bishop c5 or knight c5, and to put pressure over the g3 pawn and to have a great initiative. Also, we shouldn't forget that if f5, f4 happens and the bishop has to move away from that diagonal, the bishop from d8 there it can be something extremely powerful play by black. So it is very, very complex and complicated position for the moment.
Yeah, but you see enough possibilities for black to. I mean, black is a pawn behind, but it's way too difficult for white to say, okay, we're going to consolidate and then we have an extra pawn. No, there's way too much initiative for black.
Yeah, black has some initiative. He has compensation for different reasons, and it is something, a position very complicated. So I expect Sergei to spend a lot of time in the next few moves, because there are simply too many alternatives in this position for white, and you have to understand it, that what are the issues, what are the things really you have to pay attention, what are the risks in different forms. So, and you have to make sure that you don't allow everything for black. Because immediately, like easily, if you really move your bishop away and the black bishop can get to b6 and this diagonal, then there's a huge change in the position and favors black.
Yeah.
Or if black can manage to push some of his pawns in time without, like f5, without letting the white bishop going to g5, that's already a big achievement. So.
But what's your feeling, Judith? I mean, the more you look at it, the more you like the possibilities for black, or?
I don't know if I like it, but I know that it's difficult to play it with white. This I know. That it's with black probably it's more easier, more straightforward. The plans are. Yeah. So let's go to Nepo's game. Let's see how the leaders are battling it out in this game, because after bishop e2, where we stopped, finally Rapport played c5, which is the healthiest, most energetic move in the position. White played castle, c takes d4, obviously white captured with the knight. Bishop moved away to g6, definitely did not want to give up his bishop pair on f5. And white went bishop g3 because black was already on the way to make a fork by playing e5. And now simplification started. Black gave up his bishop on c3, and b takes c3 was the reaction, probably because white did not want to give up his bishop on g3, because then it would be pretty equalish, I guess. But he went on to play b takes c3. And don't forget that Ian Nepomniachtchi is also an extremely original player. So that's why it is extremely interesting for me also to follow this game, because we see really very creative players playing against each other. And they are simply very open to new ideas. And they are absolutely very open on searching for new ideas, unexpected moves, unexpected opportunities. And of course, most likely, if there is a strange move in the position, which is just as good as a regular normal move, they would most likely choose the strange move.
Yeah.
Yes, because they are both extremely curious players, so they want to discover things. Black took d takes c4, and now white did not bother to capture back on c4, but he was straightforward, and they're trying to make use of his powerful bishop. And it's true that in this kind of position, the bishop on d6 can stand extremely painful for the black side. Black obviously moved away with his rook, immediately very straightforward play by Nepomniachtchi, playing knight b5, trying to go knight c7 and win some material on the spot, and then black goes knight d5. So it seems like black is just in time to defend himself, though let's see what happens on bishop takes c4. What is black's idea? Probably he just wants to go knight b6. And something like this can follow, that for example after bishop d5, even e takes d5 is something interesting, because for the moment knight c7 is not possible because the d6 bishop is under attack. Or also I was thinking, I think e takes d5 I like, But even knight d5 might be interesting, because if c4, then there can be a counter-attack by playing a6, and takes, rook takes e6. And then the queen has to be exchanged, which is not going to favor white necessarily. So right now we have knight d5 on the board, and Nepomniachtchi is, no, 1 second. Is it black? Ah, yeah, because white did play bishop c4. So now the most logical move is indeed knight d7 to b6. And the question is whether white can move away with his bishop, because after bishop moving to b3, black goes a6. So it seems like this is not an option for white. This is not really an option for white. So after knight b6, well, this is a question, of course, after bishop d5 to which piece to capture. The d5 with the pawn or with the knight. After takes, bishop c7, then queen b7. So I think it's nice for black that he can simply capture on b5. Though a b6, c4. Yeah. Of course, knight 7 b6 is on the board. So we can see some simplification, because white will not be able to avoid simplifying, not simplifying the position. So he has to capture on d5, otherwise a6 will happen. So I have my guess. What do you think? What will be the result of this game?
Well, it looks drawish now. But, well, you would guess that Nepomniachtchi really wants to win this one. But on the other hand, it looks like...
I would bet for a draw and to go for Armageddon.
Yes.
What about
you? yes, because Rapport looks fine. And
bishop d5 is on the board, so I'm really curious how he wants to capture it back. Whether at all will he consider and spend time, or he will be just taking it back with the knight or with the pawn.
But then you think that Nepomniachtchi will see the Armageddon as some fallback option. Okay, then I try to beat him there.
I don't know how much they think about the Armageddon at this stage. You know? They have it in their mind that
let's first see what is the truth of this game.
But yeah. I think, but they are not afraid of making a draw, because they know that anything can happen in the second game. Yeah. At the same time, of course, if a classical game is draw, it means that they collected already each of them 1 point each, and they are going to be fighting over half a point.
Yeah.
Right? So draw is not a bad result from this respect. Yeah. Even if you would be losing the match, then
how would you see their ambitions? Like say, for instance, for Richard's Rapport, this would be a great thing to win a tournament like this.
Well,
of course, Nepo wants to win it, but there's this other thing at the back of his mind which is way more important. Does that play a role, or?
Well, we asked Nepo in the first day how is it for him, and he said that it's part of the preparation, this event.
Yeah.
So on one hand, I think it is part of the preparation, because of course the World Championship title match is like 100 times more important than this event.
But don't you also agree that this is what he has to say?
I don't know, maybe it makes him relax and not putting pressure on himself that he has to do. But I think it is the case that he has to fill the game. He has to, of course, he wants to win, that's not a question. But it is true that whatever happens here, it shouldn't influence too much what will happen in 2 months in the championship.
No, of course not. But let's say yesterday I asked Nepo, I said, okay, so how badly were you affected by this Armageddon loss against Magnus? Like, and of course he said, no, well, not at all. I don't care, which of course is not true. Of course you care.
Well, you fight with yourself possibly that how much you care, but I think
well, you saw the smile on Magnus's face when he won.
Yeah, but
he was genuinely happy about it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Not only that he was happy about it, but when I was asking him the choice he made, how he won the game, and he made sure that Nepo has no counter chance and any chance after some point. And obviously psychologically it's very important, but I think it has a much bigger impact for the winner than for the loser.
Because the loser can brush it off and say, okay, well, it's about nothing.
Yeah, because actually in the classical game it was a great battle, it was balanced, it was a draw. And let's be realistic, the Armageddon is only a sportive extra half a point, right? Otherwise, they don't take it as seriously, and we all know that we shouldn't take it as seriously as well, because it's an entertaining part of the tournament. And of course, players want to collect extra half a point and etc. But still, for a chess player to play a classical game or an Armageddon, not even just a rapid game, but an Armageddon game, where you make decisions in order for black to save the game, that the draw makes a winner of you, it is just completely different. And of course, they give in everything, but it doesn't. But it doesn't matter so much. Well, and of course, he has also no choice to say. I mean, of course, he says, and his trainer and people around him has to say. And actually, he made a mistake and he lost that game, which he would never do in a classical game. But of course, as we know, in a World Championship title match, you have playoffs. Though I don't know, is it going to have playoff in the next World Championship? I'm not sure how it's. Probably yes. But this is also why it will be such an interesting match between Magnus.
But there it also, that's what decides or may decide on the title.
Yeah, but Nepo is also extremely good fast player, blitz and rapid. So this is something really different than, for example, with their match against Magnus against Sergei. It was very clear that Magnus is a much better rapid and blitz player, right? So he was definitely the favorite. In this match, it is not obvious at all, I think.
No.
And going back to the psychological part of it, of course Magnus was very happy, but Magnus was extremely happy for several reasons, I think, because he was doing so badly compared to himself in the first 3 rounds, that in round 4, he could recover completely in the best moment of the tournament. So this was also something essential for him.
Well, on the other hand, I mean, you can shrug it off and say this is Armageddon, but that's, well, one of the most essential parts of this tournament. I mean, that's where the money is decided, largely, in the Armageddons. So it is important. I mean,
it is important, but from sportive, professional point of view, for the players, the classical game is more important, and it's very easy to say why. I know, actually, it's not calculated on ratings.
The Armageddons?
No, the classical in this tournament. It
yes,
does.
It is.
It does. So it means, that those things count, right?
But there, let's say, opinions, they differ. I mean, there are players who say, well, in fact, for me, rapid is much more important than classical or blitz. I mean, there are people who think that. I mean, the traditional view is, okay, the classical World Championship match, that's the great thing. And of course, I understand that he dismisses the Armageddon game as, well, okay, that's Armageddon, you know. But at the same time, you might think, I'm not so sure. I think it always hurts, especially.
It always hurts, but I think they have to take it on the seriousness as it is. I mean, for him, he cannot take it so seriously if he's losing against Magnus.
Sure.
Obviously, if he would have won, It would be same for him as for Magnus, that it was such a satisfying feeling that this way, that way, whatever, I won, right? So
Well,
there's
at the
a very
same time,
small thing.
you might say that it was remarkable that Magnus was so happy, because another player might say, well, of course I'm happy, but it's Armageddon. But he took it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, because it was a very difficult sculpt for him to collect this, right? And of course, everybody was hyping it up also here locally. I mean, the whole hotel was in TV2 studio. It was like very hot, and more people were visiting here, and more photographers, of course, when they were just coming into the playing hall. I remembered when it was with Kasparov a long time ago, when he was still in competition, that of course when he showed up there was only a few minutes to make pictures. And it was something like similar to watch from here, from distance. I was just seeing so many flash. So they made the players in kind of a different mindset and situation. It's round 4, but actually it's the most important round.
Yeah. Well, it's great. It is a story that is building, and that will continue to build till November.
We have moves. In the Rapport game, Rapport just took knight d5. So now Nepo is on turn of thinking, and then some things really happened between Sergei and Magnus, because in this position where after bishop d8 castles, knight e7, white decided to go bishop g5. So actually Sergei decided to provoke a little bit, to force black to decide which direction to go. So first of all, he wanted him to play f6, but he did not play f6. After f6, I don't know what he had in mind, bishop d2 possibly, or bishop e3. But one thing is for sure, that after black goes f6, already after that, already to take this pawn with the knight, it is much more dangerous because of your king on the a2, g8 diagonal. So black did not play f6, but played bishop a5, queen moved back to b3, and immediately knight f5. So this is why I was saying that it's easier to play it with black, because let's say here there is no other move. Knight f5, obviously black wants to control the d4 square and get activity. And this is why white went knight e2 to control the d4 square. So this is something that there is a battle about on d4 square. So if white can hold it, then it's okay, but it's a little passive on e2, his knight. At the same time, the knight on f5 is always ready to jump immediately when the knight is somehow taken away or pushed away from there. Bishop b6. Also, maybe black just considers that, you see, the bishop from e3 left. So now there are new ideas for black, because the bishop on b6, we were talking about this, that simply if the bishop is moving away from e3, it means that the black bishop can control and stand on b6, which can be extremely powerful and disturbing for white. So black has several ideas, I think. For example, one that he may even exchange the knights. But there are other things also. For example, I would think also black can play b5 and trying to make space for his bishop, eliminating the e2 knight in order to occupy the d4 square with the bishop or with the knight. But it can be unpleasant, because the g5 knight, g5 bishop I don't like for white. I just think that it's misplaced over there. So this is something I don't like from white side.
But where would you like to have it?
On e3, where it was. That was the place I wanted it to have. But of course, there anyway, knight f5 was coming. So I'm not sure if it was possible to keep it there. But this is why it's important for black. For example, black can also have an idea to play bishop c5 simply, and then pushing b4, and black has great compensation on the a5. So to play b4, bishop b5. So let's see. For example, it would be logical to play in some ways to go bishop g4, But I think after that, black would go knight d4, takes, and bishop g4. But maybe I'm wrong because of knight c6. Knight c6. So what about bishop g4? So this is possible. Maybe rook c1. I would think also consider to play rook c1, and maybe to consider to give up an exchange and put it on c6. But black can just simply play bishop c5 as we discussed, and then later on b4, and activate his bishop on b5 or a4.
Are there ways for black to activate his rook via a4? Or?
Well, actually, rook a4 is also possible, yeah, and also rook c8 is a move. I don't know if the queen will be going somewhere. The queen can also go to queen a7, for example, but maybe only after b4. And so go b4 and then queen a7, so to put pressure on a2 and also on the diagonal. I love black's dark square bishop. That is really standing excellent. Well,
So
bishop
how
can
would-
go
how
back
would
to
you
f3, for example.
What would your
go
assessment
b4.
be? Like it's equalish, but black is having all the fun, or?
No, I think black has compensation. Full compensation, probably.
No fun yet, no real fun, or?
Well, still, black needs to build up some more things. I may consider with white to go bishop f3 and bishop e4. This is something to consider, for example, and then bring somehow the queen from b3 to f3. Somehow I have the feeling that right now both of the bishops are pretty misplaced for white, so he has to be taken care of. But at one point, also black can be pushing back the bishop, the g5, all the way back to d2, but on d2 it just stands reasonable. Actually, maybe it makes sense to come back now to d2, you know, and regroup it to b4. This is something I could imagine. Though from black point of view, e4 can be very interesting. Because right now the d4 square is fully controlled by black, and also after e4 he may want to push e3, breaking completely apart the white pawn structure on the king side. So maybe I didn't say it by chance that I want to go bishop f3 after all. So it's not only that I want to go bishop to e4, but also to go stop e4. But he went rook c1, which we just discussed. So now I'm curious how Magnus will be reacting. Will he be going bishop c5? Though I don't like rook c1, I think. I think white should have brought his bishop back. I mean, even what about e4 now? I can imagine black plays e4. So I'm curious. Sergei is thinking a lot. He went down already to 105. So he spent 55 minutes.
But not surprisingly, because it's incredibly complicated, this game.
Yes, this is what I told you, that Magnus, I think he wanted to play some extremely complicated matters.
Yeah.
Because this is where, in this labyrinth, where Sergei can go wrong.
Yeah.
Because this is really, it's not like Sergei's, many times you see him, for example, when he played with Alireza, he was playing with the black pieces. It was just a little bit worse, but he was hanging on all the way.
Yeah.
And then it was a draw.
Yeah.
So it is very difficult to win against Sergei in a solid position. But this is just completely turning upside down the board, not from sense that it's so complicated tactically, but simply that it practically we talk about piece play here. So the question is whether which piece can be overtaking the other. But it is such a nuances and such a detailed things that it's not a concrete matter. It's like now I have this feeling that in the last few moves that the white bishop is on g5 and the black bishop is on g6. Now there's a huge change of strategical setup for those bishops. And also, if you think about it, the bishop is better than the g5. The f5 knight is better than the e2 knight. So this is how we can understand that there is a compensation, because black pieces are all in all, we can say, well, the queens are more or less the same. The white bishop is a question, because I don't see that the black's white square bishop is so fantastic. I can imagine much better places like that, but only after b4, to place it on b5. Or later on, of course, if it reaches to e4 or h3 sometimes, it can be dangerous. But for the moment, between the two bishops, between the b6 and the dark square and the light square, it's nothing even to compare. The b6 bishop is like 3 times more powerful than the white square.
You still have the feeling that even the white squared black bishop is better than the white one, because you think, what is it doing on h5?
Yes, but if it would be coming to e4, then you wouldn't think that way.
That's
so at least,
moves, yeah?
Yeah, but at least right now in a position, I can place my white square bishop in a place where I would be happy with. And I cannot say the same thing about my black square bishop, because my black square bishop, it has g5 and d2. Only b4. No, b4 I would be more happy that if it's placed there.
Yeah.
But I mean, white should really be careful with moves like e4, which can come even in this move. So it's a question whether black has alternatives in this position after rook c1 to play e4. It's 1, bishop c5 is 2, b4 is 3. I think knight d4 is early to play. There is no need for black to exchange the knights yet. And also rook a4. Rook a4 is also something to consider, of course. We were discussing and talking about this move. And for having several ideas. One of the ideas is to go queen a7 immediately or after b4. Also rook a4 stops the possibility of bishop g4 if white has in mind. Also, already white does not have an option. Actually, after rook a4, black is threatening maybe immediately with the concrete stuff to play g6, bishop f3, and then already let's say white goes a3. Okay, so black can go g6, white has no square on g4, only on f3, and then black goes e4, let's say. So immediately after bishop g2, I don't know if e3 is possible. But maybe already e3. And if black white takes, then rook e8. But after bishop g2, for example, queen a6 seems to be a very interesting move and put incredible pressure on white on this diagonal.
But that's the feeling you constantly have, that this black is increasing pressure and white is searching how to keep things
white
together.
has to be very, very careful. Yeah. I'm really worried about his bishops. So that is why that I wanted to go bishop f3. Though after bishop f3, rook a4 was again interesting to support e4 and e3. So that's also interesting. Okay, so let's see, after rook ac1, we'll see what Magnus will be doing. Let's go for Tari's game, because we haven't seen that for some time. We had this position after knight g6 and a4. No, black went c6, bishop d3, rook e8, bishop c2. And Tari, just with a very healthy development, he went bishop e6. Very reasonable, very nice position. Knight f1, queen c7. This is also the place for the queen, knight g3. So actually both players are setting their pieces into the typical squares, let's say. Rook a d8 and bishop e3. So this is the move I just played, bishop e3. Tari is spending lots of time because he was spending up to now, it's only move 17, and he spent 1 hour and 10 minutes. Let's see what he wants to do. For the moment, I think there is no real threat from either side. Well, I don't know if black goes queen b8, for example, to protect his bishop, or I don't know if d5 is possible. If d takes e, I don't know, it's getting really complicated after d takes e4. But maybe after d5, maybe white would be going knight e5, d takes e5, and after d takes e4, so now the knight is not hanging on f3, so I can be moving queen e2, black has to be capturing on e3, and I have the feeling that now black will be in trouble, because in the next move white can capture on e4. So probably d5 is not possible to knight e5. I think that's the case. So it is important for white, of course, that it's not possible. So queen b8 is possible, but it's not a must. But for the moment, d takes e5 is also not a threat. These positions you have to understand, it's also like things are happening, you always get new ideas, you have to find the best places for your pieces. And then we have a third game between Nepomniachtchi and Rapport. And after bishop g3, Rapport found, I think, a nice plan by playing rook e7. It has several ideas. I like rook e7 a lot because first of all it goes out from all kinds of knight c7 patterns, so this way black knight can be moving away as well, maybe in the next move. But it's not only that, but I think he's preparing to make a battery on the d line, to have the rook on d7 and to have control of the d5, which is a very nice move. I really like this move. Because, okay, so let's say white goes c4, black would be going, I think, simply knight f6 and trying to occupy the e4 square, or because I believe, I don't know if knight b4 is possible, because after bishop d6, rook d7 would be still okay because of the pin, and the queen sacrifice would be not enough, probably. But after takes bishop d6, this would be already a problem. So because of this, knight b4 I think is not possible. So after c4, knight f6 is possible, knight b6 is possible. Though I don't know, because after knight b6, bishop d6, rook d7, c5, knight c8. I mean, of course, for this moment it doesn't look so good, but black wants to push a6, and after that he can already capture the bishop and win a pawn possibly. So, okay, so after c4, this was knight b6. Yeah, if white takes, well, white can even play knight a7, but I think after knight a7, black would go bishop d3, intermediate move. Or there's another option to play queen d8, let's say, takes knight a7. But after this, I think black can just go back rook a8, knight b5, and capture the pawn with rook a2.
But your feeling is that Rapport is doing fine?
I think he's doing completely fine for the moment, because I mean, even White also has to be careful, because if Black has enough time to go to D7 and possibly somehow have some important squares, let's say if the knight could be replaced to C4, then it's already Black who is better, who's taking over. But it looks pretty balanced.
Pawn formation, or?
Yeah, because then the C3 pawn is blockaded, and also other pawns can be very useful, playing B5, A5, E5. But of course that's far away, so that's still 2 moves to go for Black, which is not going to be allowed by White, I guess. But I believe more and more that this game will end in a draw. It's not going to be a decisive game.
And do you have a favorite in the Armageddon?
Whew, it's difficult, but I think it very much depends on the opening. I think if in the opening there is not spent too much time by Rapport, then and he has a balanced opening position, I think he should be on the safe side with his good form. But I mean, Nepo is playing very fast in the beginning, as he did against Alireza, and by the time we were following here live, we realized that it's a king's gambit and it was move 10. By the time they stopped flashing the moves out, he was winning.
Yeah, because Alireza had already slipped up.
Yeah, but I think this matters a lot, how they can confuse each other. Like, you know, when Nepo was just playing instantly.
You think that the mistake that Alireza made was simply by the time pressure? That,
I think also, also because it's very annoying, especially for Black, I think. If with the white pieces you start to flash out moves, having 3 minutes advantage to start with, of course Black doesn't want to spend time, because it's a really bad thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nepo... Oops, we had some fast moves.
That went very fast.
So actually after C4 he went knight F6, not knight B6, queen takes D8, takes, white captured on A7, rook A8, knight B5. So let's see what Nepomniachtchi has in mind, but I believe I don't see anything against rook A2, so I would be very surprised if there would be other move made by Rapport than rook A2.
Yeah, you mean it feels more like a peace proposal, or...
And it's on the board. Now if Black would be on move, I think he would be going E5 to block this bishop, or knight E4. Rook A1. So let's see what he wants. He will be taking this, I believe. Takes, takes, and let's say he goes H6. H6. Let's say bishop D6. I just want to see what, if there's anything really for white. Let's say I want to block the pieces of Black. So now Black's knight has no square on E4, nor on E8, let's say. So how can white really get something out of it? Let's say bishop D3, and then Black goes knight C8, rook C8. I can imagine very hardly that. Actually, anyway, knight E8 is possible. That's a funny move.
Did you also play knight
Though it's
D5,
not possible because of knight A3.
Was knight D5 possible?
Knight D5, yeah. That's what I thought first, and then I thought, knight E8 is more clever, but it's not. Yeah, knight D5, I think, can be the move. And it's attacking this, and the knight B6 as an option. It's very hard for me to believe that white will be able to create something special, or something.
Yeah. Which would be good for the moment for Richard Rapport as the leader?
Yeah, I think he's not against the draw at all.
No.
Actually, I would be even considering maybe e5, because after giving a check, knight e8 is possible, and after knight d6, f6 is possible. So here is absolutely not black who is
That
suffering.
looks solid.
Well, maybe rook b8. But it would be very nice for black to exclude this bishop from the play. So that is why I was trying out e5. Wow, we have some action between Alireza and Tari. Let's see what happened. And I was wrong, because he did play d5, and knight e5 was on the board. And after knight e5, not d takes e5, but bishop f4. I had the feeling that d5 is not yet possible, but let's see what Tari has in mind. Actually, it doesn't look good for black for the moment.
And indeed, Magnus has played rook a4, increasing the pressure. So
Yeah, it seems like, well, I see the energy in Magnus.
he must be happy with
I mean,
this.
from move to move,
Yeah.
takes away squares.
Yeah.
Look at that, right? If we go back there, in the last few moves, when we see this position after queen b3, you see that he goes knight f5, he takes away the square from e3 and controls the d4. After knight e2, he goes bishop b6, he takes over important squares, the diagonal, right? After rook c1, he plays rook a4, sorry. He goes rook a4, so he controls some of the most important squares, g4, and e4 is also very important to control. So he's getting
He's been collecting some really good
some air
squares.
from Sergei.
It feels pretty impressive. What is your feeling?
No, I like it for black now. It's I'm telling you that I was not happy that the e3 bishop left its place. And of course, in these kind of positions, it's also tricky that when does the alarm goes on in your head that I shouldn't play for a win, or I should look for a simplification to go into an end game to draw, or I should be ready to go even in a worse end game to go, because
But
that's the way out of
But
it.
do you feel that he had any choices? I mean,
I don't know. I did not like so much bishop g5 here, and you always have a choice. I mean, at this point, it was not the case that he didn't have choice yet. I mean, in this position, I didn't like my bishop on h5, so I would have moved my bishop from h5 somehow. But after this, I just simply like black's position, because white has no squares for his bishops. So these two
that's for sure. I
squares
mean,
is
this-
very important.
yeah, this is not what you want.
And it's not only that, after rook a4, for example, if white goes a3, I can even imagine myself playing f6. And white goes back, I wouldn't be surprised if knight h4 is an opportunity for black. Takes back with the rook. Maybe I'm getting over optimistic. But for example, after bishop f3, rook h3 might be a quite annoying move. White can go rook c3. So maybe it's over optimistic, but I'm not sure. But time to time, this can also be an issue.
Yeah, if there's a way to get the queen there quickly.
But okay, here for example, to go e4, and already threatening with no, well, e3 is there. Okay, well, let's see what Sergei will be up to in this position. I mean, knight c3, for example, something to consider maybe, but after that, sorry, knight g3 maybe. I don't know if this is possible. I think knight g3 is still not possible, but knight d4 is, and then white is pushed back. No, I believe after knight c3, black should be playing rook c4. I think black goes simply rook c4. Preparing knight d4 and then sometimes even c4.
Yeah,
of course, black can also prepare a move like rook c8.
In fact, it further improves the rook, doesn't it?
I mean, in this position, maybe I would be ready to give up the bishop and then move back with the queen, and then if you take, just take it back, you know. And I would just give up my bishop to a little bit simplify. Too many active pieces for black.
Is there a way to get the queen to the king side quickly, the black queen? I mean,
well, not yet, I think. But I think if you can activate your bishop and later on you can think of something like queen c5 and queen f5.
Because there is this feeling that black can suddenly whip up a quick attack.
Well, not so easy. Not so easy.
Too optimistic for the moment.
Yeah, maybe it's optimistic. So knight c3, rook c4. Maybe we can have a short break. What do you think?
Sure.
So we have a short break and we come back in a few minutes.
Yes, there's enough to come back for. Yes. Welcome back to Stavanger, welcome back to Norway Chess, where we are following round 5. And we left you after Magnus Carlsen had made a very interesting rook move, infiltrating in White's position, Sergei Karjakin's position. And Sergei has replied with his own rook move, Judith, one that you had already been looking at, offering to give up an exchange. Rook c6. So, surprised, or, well, you suggested it more or less yourself, but...
Yeah, I'm not so surprised. Actually, that's why we were discussing bishop c5 before, in order to somehow stop this kind of counter chance, so to say. But, well, I think it's not a desperation kind of move, but it's a very natural move, knowing Sergei, of course, that he wants to give back material. I mean, in other game, when he played the Armageddon against Rapport, he sacrificed the queen, which was very obvious, very good decision, etc. But in this position, I think also he thought that he does not want to go into passivity completely. So he wants to get a counter attack, counter chance. And he simply feels that it would be a good exchange to give an exchange away and get eliminated the white square bishop from black's camp. And now you see that the bishop on h5 and the queen on b3 having a pretty good view over the f7 pawn. Yeah. Though, of course, it's not so simple at all, because black can, for example, play rook c4. And now it's not so easy. Of course, it's very important for white to keep that pawn, but the question is how. For example, if bishop f3, then white will have to face against e4. And the question is how white wants to get some counter chances, for example, keeping the bishop on g2. But then I think black would be going d5, so this is not something that he can do. I wonder if maybe he wants to simplify the position by playing rook c1, because it's clear that queen b5 is not possible, to bishop f2 right now. So after rook c4, I'm thinking what Sergei has in mind, probably queen f3. Queen f3 can be a good idea to attack the f5 knight. And let's say after g6, bishop g4. So let's see. For example, after knight d4, white would be extremely happy, because he can replace his bishop to d7, and then he has great counterplay. And Magnus considered that, okay, what is given, I'm taking it. So really, let's see what he's up to after d takes c6. But now it's very important for black to understand not to allow the bishop over to d7 to be protecting the c6 pawn and support also the passed pawn. So it is completely different structure now. And the other thing what can be extremely nice for white, that finally this e2 knight has a target place on d5, which obviously things are not so easy for several reasons for white, because once the knight would be moving away to c3, then knight g3 might be the problem for white. And also once the knight goes from e2, the knight d4 move also can be very powerful. So now Tempe's counts a lot, because, for example, next move queen d5 could be something pretty nice to occupy this d5 square. But for one thing is sure, white has to keep the c6 pawn to have counter chances.
You don't want to exchange it against the b5 pawn. I mean,
oh, definitely I would not like to exchange. What I would like to do with white, to have either my bishop over to d5 or my knight over to d5. But of course, those are the dreams of white. So rook c4, we were just seeing this move. So now it's a question what Sergei really had in mind. Queen f3 was something which I suggested now. But after queen f3, for example, what happens if black goes g6, bishop g4, but now he's not making the mistake knight d4, which I would think is a mistake, but let's say to push e4, Queen f4 is not possible at all because of e3, and it's problematic. But he is pushed back, let's say, to g2. It's not a very nice place for the queen, or to go to b3 back. And now it's a big question how black will be continuing this. Of course, my question is always, what about e3? White would be taking on f5, check on f2, king goes to h2, and then let's say g takes f5. But there are some good counter chances even here, I think, for white, because look at the king, which is very much exposed. And now I like the bishop on g5, not like previously, I must say.
So good that you kept it.
So queen f3 is possible, going to h5, possibly having all kind of threats with the bishop and with the knight. So for the moment, there are quite a lot of opportunities for white. So queen f3, this is the move which I would definitely like to consider, though queen c8 might be very strong, defending the f5 knight, at the same time attacking the c6 pawn. Because here, unfortunately for white, bishop g4 is not an option because of knight h4. Some great tactics immediately, so this is something very important, as after queen c8 it seems like black is also threatening already by playing g6 and forcing the white bishop to g4. Though it's kind of interesting that Sergei sacrificed an exchange, which was accepted by Magnus, and rook c4 was the most natural move to me. So I hope for Sergei that he's not going to be thinking so much, that he's not sure of himself what to do and what is the continuation for him.
Or he's simply
Though I'm not sure rook c6 was a good move. I mean, it might be really a panicking move. Because rook c4 is indeed very strong, blocking the power of the queen on this diagonal and threatening immediately to capture on c6.
Mm-hmm.
What about a4? a4, rook c6. A takes b5, let's say rook c5. And I was thinking this tricky move to play bishop g6, but I'm not sure it makes too much sense. The only thing is, what I was thinking, that if black would be going knight d4 takes, then white can go bishop e7, gaining back some material. So this will be not possible, and after bishop g6, probably queen c8 is the move. But after queen c8, it's possible to take and bishop e3.
But why didn't you take with the queen on b5 to keep the pawns connected? Is that...
Well, it's possible. I just had this idea in mind, playing bishop g6. Mm-hmm. That's all, and I wanted to do it with the tempo, because here black will be playing rook c5, and you mean queen d3 or something like that, right? Mm. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because if this bishop g6 doesn't bring you something really good, then...
Yeah, yeah, it is an option. Because, yeah, I mean, if g6 now, white can go, well, bishop g4 is possible, but bishop f3 is also an alternative to control this diagonal. The knight on f5 is fine, but now the g5 bishop again is standing very well. Also some threat playing h5. Because I think after a4, if black would be taking on a4 with the rook, then, well, then my idea was anyway to play bishop g6. Mm-hmm. And with the same idea, if black moves away with his knight, then to go bishop e7. And somehow I think white is doing completely fine, to say the least. And if queen c8, then already queen b5 would be the case. Queen b5 or takes on f5 and only after that. Oops. Only after that to take, but it's a double attack by any means. You see? So, double attack. I like a4 actually. Unless black has something, some very powerful things. But maybe rook c5 with the idea takes. Though after rook c5, rook c5 looks kind of a strange move, because what about bishop g4 attacking the knight on f5? e4. But I think it's, I mean, white has some counter chances. For example, takes, queen c2, attacking the pawn on e4, right?
Well, the computer also likes a4, but also queen d3.
On queen d3, yeah, queen d3 looks also not a bad move. And g6, bishop f3, right?
White gives queen c8.
Instead of g6, of course. Yeah, queen c8 also bishop f3, I guess.
Yes. And apparently there's still
actually, I mean, yeah, I completely understand why it was a practical decision to play rook c6, that you don't want to go into passive position against Magnus and be tortured. You want activity, and this you will find in many occasions with the top players. And I'm always telling to weaker players and amateurs that look at the games of the top players, and you can trust me, out of 10 occasions when they can go to passive defense or looking for counterplay, sacrifice material in order to get activity, it's at least 8-2. That they will sacrifice something in order to get activity. And very rarely they go on passive, mostly when they have some material up, and they say, okay, now I defend myself and save and save the pawn, extra pawn or extra piece or whatever. In that case, they go on passivity sometimes, but just on equal terms of material, you will barely find a situation when they end up in a very passive position.
So that's simply because they understand the dynamics of the game better than weaker players.
Yeah, they are, but it's not only that they simply feel bad about it. It's just simply, first of all, most of the time it's better also, but sometimes it's a matter of taste, but it's just a bad feeling to be in a passive position and being defensive. You know?
Unless you can really calculate it and say, okay, I'm going to do this for 8 moves and then I break free. That's
another story. Let's go to the other games until Sergei makes his decision, though he's going down in time pretty much because he's behind more than 15 minutes on the clock. Let's see what's happening with Nepomniachtchi and Rapport. Because in this position, we stopped when it was rook a1, and in this position, Rapport played h6, simply gave some air for the king on h7. White played f3, very logical idea to play e4 and block the g6 bishop. And of course, black was not allowing it, that white plays e4 when his bishop on g6, and got out of there and played bishop d3 with a tempo, attacking the c4 pawn. And after knight d6, he played rook c7, forcing really that I want to take your pawn. White went e4, and now he went simply knight h5. So he wants to chase the bishop from g3. Though let's see what he's up to, because, for example, what happens if white goes rook c1, protect the pawn? I believe that black will capture the bishop now or trying later, but probably he would be just playing b5, simplifying the position, and after knight b5 taking on c4. So actually, I believe that this game will not last too long from here, because after knight h5, yeah, I mean, now if, let's say, white is playing something like e5, black can simply take and bishop c4, so simplifying, and after rook c1 he goes b5. No, this is maybe he cannot do, but maybe even this he can do, because go rook c6 and then bishop d5. I don't think he should be worried too much on this.
But you say, I wouldn't be surprised if this game doesn't last much longer. So how can they end the game? Can they offer draws, or?
They can only offer draws after move 30. After move 30, this is move 27, and of course the bishop was taken away
So
from
some
g3.
patience required, but not a lot.
So let's see what happens if black wants to simplify immediately and play bishop c4. After that, I think rook c1, b5, knight takes b5. Black has to move away to c6, the only move, because after rook b7, knight d6 would cost a piece for black, so rook c6 would be the only move. And after knight a3, black is able to play bishop b5 or bishop d5 to go away. But I'm not sure black wants to do something like this. Maybe he wants to play. This d6 knight actually is a little bit unpleasant for black. This I have to admit. And the d3 bishop can get in trouble if black is not paying attention. For example, the king can come fast. So I think it would be important for black to be able to somehow to exchange these pawns. For example, what happens if rook c6?
Isn't that white's aim here? Okay, just avoid those exchanges, because then all life is gone out of the position. But if you can keep them, isn't it slightly better for white? Or?
Yeah, white can, if let's say white can increase his pressure by playing bishop a5, he can put his bishop on b6 and push the pawn on c5, then it's already some great achievement, I think, because the b7 pawn can be vulnerable. But the question is whether white will have enough time for something like this. And this is why I'm looking continuously at what happens if bishop c4, or now I'm asking what happens if rook c6 immediately, but this is not possible because of check and knight f7, and whatever takes on c4, then rook h8 and knight e5 after that gains some material. So this is not an option for black. So let's go back again to see what happens on bishop c4, rook c1, b5, knight takes b5. What about playing knight f4 in this position, looking for counterplay? Though it's not easy because, but after rook c2, for example, maybe black has rook b7, knight d6, and then already rook b1. And if rook c4, then maybe even a, well, simply probably rook e1, king f2, rook e2, and I think it should lead to somehow drawish, somehow rook d2, for example, and if white gives check, then goes out, knight f7, knight g2, so everybody starts picking up pawns. So, but of course this has to be calculated very accurately, because if after knight f4 there is some problem arises, then it can cost you a full piece.
Yeah.
But it's good for black so far that king f2 is not possible due to knight d3. And so it seems like but
does have black have time to make a preparatory move, and then to go for these exchanges. I mean, can he play f6 to?
You mean here? If he goes f6,
just
then
to remove all those pawn losses on f6 on f7.
Well, after f6, I don't know what white will be doing, but also there's a possibility of king f2, and maybe to improve his king play. Also, we shouldn't forget about time to time g4 might be unpleasant. So in this position, black really has to be extremely careful. And actually, in the game between Sergei and Magnus, we have a4 on the board. So I'm very curious how Magnus will be reacting in this position. And then we have another game which is starts to be very sharp, and we left it at knight e5, bishop f4, where Tari was playing knight f6 to d7. He has actually a significant time disadvantage because there is a 20-minute ahead Alireza, so he has to be fast and speed up a little bit. He takes d5, bishop takes d5, d takes e5, knight e5. So this, after knight e5, it is not very nice, this pin which the f4 bishop is causing. At the same time, it's not so easy to get rid of, to make unpleasant things for black, I guess, though I'm watching now what happens if queen h5 would be the move, because white played queen e2. Because instead of queen h5, white played queen e2, while in response, Tari played queen b6 with the idea, I guess, that after bishop e5, I don't know, maybe he just wanted to go f6? Because he also has some counterattack here over the f2 square. But interestingly enough, white did not capture on e5. Ah, sorry. Oh, no, after bishop e5, rook e5. And I just forgot for a second that there is a checkmate on g2. I just thought that the bishop is hanging. So bishop e5 is not possible, absolutely. He went bishop e3, queen c7, and I think they made a repetition of moves by now, or not yet.
Do you think that queen h5 also fails to some tactic, or? I mean,
No, probably it was the same. Probably it was the same, simply after queen h5, maybe, though I'm not sure, because after queen b6, then bishop e3 would have. Well, c5, I don't want to go.
No.
I'm not sure. After queen h5, so what did he have in mind?
Yeah, just looking for something.
Maybe just bishop b8, but still. I don't like bishop b8. I mean, after bishop b8, white can go knight f5, for example.
It begins to look dangerous then.
Queen h5.
Yeah, it is. I thought there might be something around f2, and there is. You can take now on f2.
Bishop f2 and queen b6, right? And after bishop e3, just takes here.
I guess so.
Yeah, if queen e2, then bishop c4. And the white queen has not good square. And otherwise it's difficult to make a move because also knight d3 and this is hanging. Okay, so that's why it was...
Yeah, a lot of tricky things there. Yeah.
Okay, so queen e2 and now queen b6, bishop e3, queen c7. And what is now? So if bishop takes a7, then I'm sure black wants to... Well, let's see what happens on knight f3, queen f3, bishop f3, gf3, and simply b6. And a7 bishop is trapped. Well, this is a very nice idea. Maybe it was missed by Alireza. It can happen that it will be repetition of moves this way by playing bishop f4 and bishop e3, and then they move on, and we're going to have our first Armageddon game of today.
And then what would you say? Well played by Tari?
Well, I don't see that he went wrong. I didn't like d5 so much, but if everything works out after d5, then it's not a bad move.
It looked like he was
and
in control
it
all
seemed,
the time,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Not so easy against a attacking devil as...
Of course, like Alireza.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I see a move played by Rapport if we move on to his game, and he played your move, f6. I think I can imagine, hard to imagine that Rapport can get in big trouble here. Somehow, if bishop a5, though I don't know where he wants to go, probably to c6 with his rook. For now. Yeah. But actually that move will come in any case after, if let's say white protects his pawn, also rook c6. So it will be not so easy for white to press black for long, because it is difficult how he will not lose his pawn on c4. At the same time, it's very interesting, the Magnus game, that I'm not sure a4 was taken seriously enough by Magnus. I'm not sure he saw it. It's not that he could do anything, really, but maybe he was not aware of this, that it can be very interesting and complicated. And suddenly we have a completely different position, different from every perspective, and also from psychological aspect. Like at this point, move 23, when he played rook a4, it was like, okay, I'm ready to take away squares, to take the initiative, you have a pawn up, go and defend yourself. And then after rook c6, the whole position changed absolutely, that black cannot say at all that his pieces are better, and especially that his position, his structure.
What are these main differences suddenly, Judith?
Well, the main difference, the first huge difference is the d5 square. And also that the bishop, the pawn on c6, which is a passed pawn, gives a lot of different problems to black. To engage with his queen, his bishop. Suddenly the bishop is not only an attacker in this direction, but also has to be a defender over the c7. The d5 square, if any of white's pieces will be occupied, that will be already a huge positive change for white, and a huge problem for black. Like if white goes knight d5, white has a huge advantage, I think. Also the bishops suddenly have space and life, long life expectancy somehow. The queen on b3 suddenly has a full power on that diagonal. So there are a lot of dangers can be. The f5 knight is unprotected because the d7 bishop is gone. So all this is a lot of change in the position. On the other hand, you have an exchange up. So your material up, and if you can keep and control all those problems, then simply you're winning. So this
but
is...
But you're a pass pawn down.
Yeah, yeah.
What I find remarkable, I mean, for all the time, is the position of the black queen. Because you keep wondering, okay, when is it going to play a big role? And how?
Well, it is not playing a big role now, and I don't know when it will receive a big role. For now, that's...
I mean, it has been there on this square very modestly all the time. I mean,
yeah, it was not standing badly, and also in previous moves, if you think about it, Queen was ready to go to a7 to control the a, and also especially to support the b6 bishop and to have the battery diagonally. So that was something very promising, looking very promising for black. Now the b8 queen is actually indirectly was protecting the b5. That was
so most of the time before, you see it was just slumbering to be a threat. I mean,
it's just standing there and getting ready to go somewhere better place. Knight d4 played. Well, I believe there is not much to do here. I think white has to be taking on d4. The question is, what is black's idea? Is it, and it's on the board, bishop, knight d4, is it bishop d4? And bishop d4. Yeah, so for example, if it's a question, what happens if queen b5, let's say? So will black just take on b5, take, and rook b8? With an idea that after bishop e2, black goes rook c2. I don't know.
Well, this is interesting. I mean, I was looking at the engine, Judith, and the engine doesn't like knight d4.
The knight d4 with black?
Yeah, thinks that black should take on a4 with rook.
Yeah, it was a deflection. White sacrificed the pawn in order to force the rook move away. But this is a typical computer thing that, of course, it calculates and says, okay, you give it, I don't care. But of course, on the other hand, it's not nice to have. I'm surprised at knight d4 myself, but it doesn't mean that it does not have a point. But I also wonder whether here, well, after a takes b5, rook c6. Okay, so a b5 is not going to be the move. So white does really have to play either queen b5, but I would also consider maybe to play bishop e3, bishop f3.
But there must be something there. Because
so to regroup, but maybe you can go e4. Just with the idea that after bishop e4 to take on f2 takes, and rook e4, let's say. Though, I mean, white has these incredible passed pawns, but maybe it's not enough because the white king will be weak. I'm not sure.
But it's a real battle, right? I mean, so much
absolutely.
happening. Yeah.
Absolutely. So now the question is whether a queen b5, bishop f3. Well, I think these two. Another move is interesting. What about bishop e7? And my idea is that after rook e8, I go a takes b5, and already if you move with your rook, then the f7 is a target. So in this position, black should be able to play d5 or something. But it's getting very dangerous also for black, I believe. Because I can go maybe bishop a3, and already if rook c6, then queen d5. Rook goes e6. And if queen d7, oops, if queen d7, then already g6 or rook f6. But okay, white can go bishop g4, rook f6, bishop d7. I mean, look, now I have a completely different kind of bishop pair, right? Than it was.
These are those bishops that were
than
on
it
g5
was, yeah, on
and h5.
g5 and h5. They are not the same. ab5. Ah, but after ab5, rook c6, bishop e7. Oops, something is very, very, very strange and wrong things are happening for black, I think. Bishop e7. But hold on, after bishop e7, what about, can I go bishop f2? Probably not. Somehow I'm overdoing things, because after rook f2 I thought to give it check, and after king h2 to go queen b7, and suddenly queen h1 and queen e7 is possible. But this is, no, I'm exaggerating things, I'm sorry. This is not good for black. No, it just starts to get very scary for black.
It's a completely different game suddenly.
Yeah, after rook c6, it's like you started a new game.
Yeah.
And I have the feeling that with between Alireza and Tari is going to be a draw, because there was a repetition of moves by playing bishop e3, queen c7, or it wasn't. No, there was. Bishop e3, bishop f4, queen b6. But I have doubts that white will want to play on, because after that he would be. And let's see, what did he play? He just made a move.
H1.
And he goes on. I'm not sure it's the right decision, but maybe it is. So he goes out of all these knight f3 checks for now. But let's see what happens. Okay, so after queen f2, he simply wants to take, and rook e5, okay? Though I don't know what happens if rook takes e5, bishop e5, rook e8. White bishop has to move somewhere. Or rook f1. Right, rook f1 is possible. Okay, so this is not possible from black side to take on g2. But what about playing bishop c4, for example? With the idea that after queen e4, I don't think I would be there to play on in this position, to be honest. Bishop d3, bishop d3. I would go knight d3, queen e8, check, takes, king h7. Look at this. b2 is hanging, f2 is hanging, f4 is hanging. So if white goes bishop e3, then simply queen b2. And I don't think white will be very happy.
It's amazing. I mean, he's probably one of few grandmasters who would play on.
Well, but he always wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always wants to win and provoking things, right? But I think here simply black is better. So let's see if after bishop e4 he has anything else. I don't think so. I don't think king h1 is a good move, simply.
I think it's taking too much risk. Yeah.
Well, I'm very curious. But I don't even understand if let's say if bishop e5, does bishop e5 really threatening? If I cannot go, yeah, rook e5 takes bishop g2 because of king h2. I think this is the case. Okay, black played knight g6. Also pretty interesting move. I guess white wants to take, and king h7. And on bishop e3, again, he just goes queen b2. Well, I'm very curious what Firouzja has in mind, to be honest. I'm very, very curious. If bishop e3, this cannot be his plan. That's very clear. I mean, after bishop e3, queen b2 is also possible to start with. Anything is possible because it's pinned. So I don't see any other move than taking on e8. For me, it's a very strange decision by Firouzja. Very strange.
But is it so bad?
Well, the pawn on f2 is hanging, and on b2 it's hanging as well. And black has an amazing bishop on d5, which actually threatens to take immediately on g2. Well, okay, white can go rook e2. Right now, everything is protected because the b2 is not possible to take because of bishop g6. f2 is protected, and this is the king is pinned. So actually, this should be the move. Yeah, this should be a move, and if bishop c4, then white goes rook d2. Okay, so rook e2 is the only move which is quite reasonable, and actually it's not dangerous for white after this.
That should be okay for white as well. Yeah.
Unless, but I think knight f8 is not possible because that is already problematic because of bishop d6, and after check king h2. So this is not possible. And actually this is what we have on the board.
Apparently your first impulse was the right one, starting with bishop c4 for
bishop
black.
c4, yeah?
Yeah.
Black is better?
Yeah. And now apparently...
Is black is better also
Yeah.
after bishop c4?
Yep.
No, because after rook e2 now, it can be tricky.
No big complaints for white, are there?
No, but it couldn't be. I mean, knight g6 is the most obvious move, so Alireza should have something in mind, prepared. So after rook e2, it's maybe going to be not easy for black. Because if, for example, white can simplify the position, exchange the two bishops, then already it's not risk for white. It will be only risky for black. Okay, let's go back to our main game with Magnus, because that seems to be a lot of excitement for today. After a b5, he went d5, which is completely understandable. Having a strong center here, protecting the rook on c4. White has already 2 pawns for the exchange. But it is very big question how the bishops will be able to get their way, because everything depends on them. But for example, now I would consider bishop e7, rook e8, and go bishop a3. And for the moment, this is what we are discussing actually. But it was still okay for black, right? After rook c6, queen d5, and rook e6. No, this was okay for black. So white should look for something else. So instead of bishop e7, maybe bishop f3. What do you think on bishop f3? Of course, even here, I don't know, if rook c6, bishop d5 goes rook c5, I think bishop e7.
But I guess you just want to do anything to keep those pawns, right?
Well, but it's not so easy to keep those pawns. You mean queen d6?
No, for white to...
those pawns, But for black, actually, he might go queen d6, and now the d5 square is extremely secured. And now with the black queen, he wants to go to c5, and then really give extra push for his pieces. So rook c2 could come also. And look, the g5 bishop, if it cannot go to e7, then it can be not so active anymore. So now there is everything is about how active the bishops can find themselves. That's why.
No, here I took a peek at the engine, and it has a very interesting move, rook c1. And that is apparently giving white a big advantage.
Big advantage,
yeah. And suddenly these bishops that we were wondering about so long.
Yeah, because if white keeps the pawns, and you see with rook c1, actually, you're eliminating the only, not the only, because there's the active piece, 2 active pieces of black, d4 rook bishop and the c4 rook. So if the rook is eliminated, then the question is how black can first of all defend on d5. How he will do that? Well, probably queen d6 anyway. Let's see what he played. Actually, this is what we have on the board.
Did he play?
Yeah,
he found it.
He did play rook c1, rook c1, bishop c1, and let's see whether black plays e4, opening up the road for his queen, but it means that white can go bishop f4, bishop e5, let's say. It is getting very, very exciting.
Yeah, so we're worrying about kayaking all the time, and he's playing a great game, right?
Well, I was not very happy around that move where he sacrificed the rook. And actually, I'm not even sure, was it an obvious, was it anything else for black to be done? Because he did not have to exchange, take the exchange necessarily.
Oh, you mean not taking it was maybe?
Yeah, I think that could be an alternative, not to take it. But okay, and instead of knight d4, he might do something else also.
Oh yeah,
but somehow
there was rook a4.
Yes, yeah. So now it changed again completely. Now the big debate is whether white can keep his pawns on the connected passed pawns, and how he will be able to regroup this bishop from h5. Black goes queen b6.
But still, let's say playing the game is how you deal with the problems that are there, and if you find more right solutions than your opponent, then you're playing a great game.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we always have this feeling that if at some point the angel suggests something great, then you're entitled to that. But you're only entitled to that if you find it.
Yes.
So
So I don't know whether he wants to take, let's say, king g2, and let's say black goes bishop g1, making space for the queen on f2. It's becoming very complicated, and well, I think f2 pawn has to be given up, because unless white has a move queen c2, but I think then queen b5.
but you cannot play bishop a3 and take back with the pawn. You find that.
I'm sorry? Well, I don't like bishop e3. I would not play bishop e3 because, I don't know, rook a8. But also queen c5 is possible if I'm kind of worried.
Do you think that the king would be too vulnerable?
Rook b8 is a very strong threat. No, I would definitely not give up my bishop, my black square bishop.
I mean, you can't defend with bishop e2 and king f2.
Yeah, but still, somehow I actually even d4 I had a move. You know, maybe just d4. No, somehow the black square bishop I like, though to give up the f2 pawn I don't like, so I have to make my compromises, of course.
Yeah, it is a pretty important point, this f2. And there's no other way to defend it, right? No.
Well, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a big question how to handle it. So it seems like now everything stopped for a little bit in the games, because actually in Rapport game, if we go there for a minute, there was not much that happened. After f6, white played after all rook a4, and now I don't understand why black played knight f4 and not rook c6. I thought he's going to go rook c6. What was the problem of this? This is a big question to me. He did not play rook c6. He went knight f4, bishop d2, and he goes e5. I would wonder who is playing for a win in this position. Actually, what Tari is doing is also quite good. Rook b4. No, rook b4. Hold on. Rook b4.
Will that eliminate the pawns?
Is it about time to play rook c6? You also say so?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no time for a check, right?
Well, there is no check.
No, knight e2.
But so what, right? Knight e2, king f2, and then what? And then rook c4. But okay, then already rook b3. I mean, even if you go to d4, there's nothing. It's a nice knight.
Yeah, I mean, the doubled f-pawns, I mean, you wouldn't worry about those.
You mean bishop takes f4?
Yeah.
Here, but you know, not here. After what?
Well, at some point.
Yeah, but now you go rook b3, I go bishop c2. And even if you would take it, I don't think it's a big deal. Unless you can go knight d6, rook on a7, and knight on f5, but you don't have so much time. I mean, right now, of course, white does not threat with anything. So black could go knight e6 here. Black has an option like this. And then rook c6. So I'm curious what Rapport will decide, to move away with his knight or to go rook c6 immediately. Probably he will be going away. And then some things are happening with the Tari game, which I don't really like from black's side. Because after rook e2, he went back king g8, which was very logical. But after bishop e3, he went c5. At first sight, I don't like the move, but if black will have enough time to go queen c6, and also to go with his bishop to b8, then it can work out possibly. I don't know whether he will have the opportunity to do so. I'm not even sure. What about rook d1? Queen c6. And king goes out simply. As if bishop g2, I would be going check. King goes out.
And it feels like the gamble has paid off.
I don't know, I am thinking of something like... Because rook e8 I want, and rook h8 mate, though you have rook queen c5, and this is the problem. So I cannot do everything what I wish. But okay, the question is what happens if I just move away? Bishop h3. Well, well, well. So I don't know, after c5. After c5. Maybe f3. But the b2 is hanging, right? Because it would be so nice for white to block the bishop on d5. Well, I'm worried about black here.
Yeah, it will be difficult for him to withstand this tension.
Knight e6 is done by Rapport. So he doesn't even want to give this option for white. In the next move, he goes rook c6 and simply exchanging the pawns b7 and c4. I'm not even sure that he can stop that. And the c7 rook is protected also, so there are no pins anymore like this, even, because he would be just moving away with his bishop. So probably he can go back bishop e3, rook c6, rook b6. Ah, this he can do. This he can do, actually. Which is not a big deal. I mean, I think even this, king f8, c5, bishop a6, and then king just comes. And bishop e3 on the board.
Yeah, now the big question is if
H5. Yes?
Sergei Karjakin also finds his bishop e3, because
Is bishop e3 is the best?
the engines like it a lot.
Yeah? Well, I'm not an engine, that's why I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, but if it, let's say, leads to winning position, then
It's so much? Winning position. You're joking.
I guess taking and then take back with the pawn, and it's...
No, but this is not human. I mean, bishop e3, you can only make a move if you exclude all the others and you don't like it. But by itself playing bishop e3, I don't think the people would do that. It's only because, the others are much worse, whatever.
Well, yeah, it is because you want to protect f2, I guess.
I don't want to protect f2.
But don't you think that's way too much risk?
I don't know. I don't know. I would think that the rook is coming to a8 and I will have some counter chances. I go with the queen to c5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, probably some tricky thing going on. Probably after queen c5, some queen c3 exchange is there. And it's on the board.
He's played it, yeah.
Machine. Fe3.
But is it so dangerous, Judith? I mean, if the rook comes, I mean...
Well, yeah, the b2 is there. So, well, first I would consider queen c5.
But let's say, if you play bishop e2 and king f2, then what is your weakness?
Well, I can go rook d8 and go rook d6, for example, or push d4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a typical position. Maybe white has a huge advantage, but you have to see so many things and far. So I'm sure there are a lot of lines where just you say, okay. So probably here rook queen c3.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
what
I think
I was thinking. That is frustrating if you,
I think queen c3 is the big problem. Like here, it is winning. I see.
I mean, that stupid bishop on h5 suddenly is a hero on e2.
Yeah. Well, we'll have many questions to the players, whoever, whatever result will be, and
well, I think
whichever player will end up in the studio.
Well, if Sergei Karjakin wins this, then I would expect him to want to share what happened.
Yeah, for sure. But this is interesting game. Whatever happens, there are so many ideas played out
totally
here.
Fascinating game. I mean, so complicated, very, very difficult. I mean, it feels like very, very modern chess.
But actually, this would mess up quite a bit Magnus's tournament if he would not make a draw in this game, because Rapport is leading 8.5. Nepo has 7. Nepo will make a draw with Rapport, I believe. I don't see anything else than that. Actually, right now they're exchanging the rooks. So after rook b6, rook c6 is played. So there is no way that black will have any problem here.
Yeah.
And I think if somebody could have any problem, it's white.
At the same time, Judith, we should say that it's very brave of Magnus to play like this. I mean, it's...
Yes, but it's, I mean, this is the kind of player he is. He looks for interesting ideas. He has, this is his bet line in some ways, right? He played in the World Championship match. He's, I'm sure he analyzed it, all the ins and outs for a long time. So why not to play it, right? I mean, he has to
he's
test.
Been successful with
His
it several
opening,
times.
against Sergei also, he played it. So what would stop him?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he is an incredible, interesting player, and he was never famous for being chicken on anything.
No, but in that respect, it would be interesting to hear from Sergei why he chose this when, in fact, you go into your opponent's territory.
Yeah, in other hand, there is this saying that if you want to beat better or at least the same opponent, like when Kasparov played against Karpov, he said it later on that he understood that if he wants to beat Karpov, he has to understand positional chess at least the same way. So he has to be fighting with him also in that territory. And I remember when I was playing once against Galfand, and I also said, okay, he's a huge expert in this Grunfeld, but I go in there and I hang on and let's see what he knows. And I was fighting and I made a pretty reasonable, easy draw. So when you want to beat your rivals, many times you have to be ready to enter into their strongest part. Which is actually in this game, it's Magnus' strongest part in some way, that he feels the dynamic, the changes of the position and so on. And so that's what he did. Actually c5 is a move, so that's why he played this. Nepo. So this is a must actually. But still, I can hardly imagine that there can be anything real problem for black here. After c5, yeah. Probably black will be playing bishop a6 in this position. That's what he did. And later on he will be just playing king f8, king e7, king d7. So
yeah,
I'm not worried about Rapport.
Maybe we should go to Firouzja against Tari, because there's other ways to get your rooks to the right.
But white has a huge advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, this is...
I think, I mean, after c5, you can see that suddenly everything collapses.
Yeah.
The stability of the bishop on d5, the most powerful piece diagonal you had, a7 is just closed absolutely. White has all the active pieces.
Yeah.
So queen c6, rook e d2, look how shaky the bishop is. Obviously he would be taking on g2. Here. And what about bishop here? Probably just bishop e4, don't you think so?
You don't want to go to give the check?
Well,
or you
I mean,
first want
check,
to,
yeah, it
first want to
doesn't,
do this, yeah.
I thought it doesn't matter, but I can give it check first and then, let's say bishop e4. And then when queen goes anywhere, probably black, well, I don't know, rook d6.
Or maybe you even have time to take over the back rank, because...
The only problem I had is bishop b6 and covering this square. That was the only reason I started to go rook d6.
I see, yeah. That makes sense. But it's hard to believe that there's no perfect solution for white here.
I think maybe rook e8 is better, and if black goes bishop b6, white just goes b4.
Yeah, this is a big turnaround that Ari was playing.
Yeah, and you see he was brave.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how these youngsters do, right? They are extremely good players, like Alireza. And he makes a risky move because king h1 I don't like at all. With this bishop c4, well, especially if black takes over, it was a huge risk. And after knight g6, rook e2. Well, rook e2 was the key move. That was the key move. Okay, and rook d1 is played in this position, so he must be taking on g2. Actually, after bishop g2, I played king g1, but probably king h2 is much better. Because black can't even take on h3, so black should be playing bishop f3, probably, yeah, and then rook d6. And black is going to have huge problem. Well, the game will not last long, let's put it that way. f7 is falling off.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens.
Brave play by Alireza. Magnus has played a move. He's gone rook d8.
He went rook d8, protecting the d5 pawn. Well, now bishop g4 seems to be a very tough move. Ah, but he played queen king g2. Sorry, I thought bishop g4. But okay, it's also understandable that he wants to keep his bishop on h5. So black has no d4 move because of the f7 attack. So king g2. Well, it's very unfortunate for black that practically he cannot play queen c5, because otherwise it would be a great place for his queen because of queen c3. Though, I don't know if the king is so well placed on g2, because now queen b5 is possible. And in this case, bishop g4, I think f5. Well, unless things are happening this way, right? King goes to g4 and king goes to g5. But this is, I think...
But then, do you have rook c7?
I think no, because takes, and after queen e3, king h5.
Ah, you slip away to h3.
Yeah, yeah, and then I go away. And queen f3, g4.
Yeah.
This is the move.
I was just trying to make a Judith move, Judith, but of course they have to work. Yeah.
But here beat d4. No, something is not right for white now, because you see this king on g2. Look at this king on g2, and suddenly queen b7. Black played g6. But if queen c3 you don't have, I liked queen c5 a lot.
But now
I don't understand that, why not queen c5? I don't understand. I mean, after queen c5, black would be threatening with rook b8. Okay, g6, let it be. Bishop e2.
Yeah, so probably the idea was that you play f5 if you go to g4, right? Or,
Yeah. I don't know what Magnus wants. Rook d6, possibly. No, but he has to keep control. King g7. They are speeding up, as white has 14 minutes to 21. But we have all three games are pretty interesting.
yeah.
Even Rapport's game, which goes on a very solid, very low on tactics, but positionally it's still very interesting.
But he's still okay, you think?
Well, they entered into the endgame, they exchanged the rooks on b6, so after c5 there was a move after c5, bishop a6, g3, took, king started to come. Ah, they agreed to draw. They agreed to draw, so in this position after f4.
Yeah. So we'll...
This is what we expected, right?
Well, you certainly.
And well, probably in like 15-20 minutes, but we're going to get the exact time when we're going to be witnessing the first Armageddon game of today. Because, well, of course,
that's
maybe
funny.
it's the only.
I just saw a funny detail in the Magnus game that I thought g6 you cannot go g4 because of f5, but that's exactly what you're provoking, and then you go to f3.
Ah, so on g6, bishop g4 was a good move.
Yeah, just asking for f5.
Ah, okay. Yeah, of course, weakening your opponent's king is tricky. But e4. And then, so d4, black doesn't have. Yeah, but these things are very difficult to see and understand when you don't have engine around you who not only...
No, I mean, for me, I won't see it, but once I see it, I understand it.
Yeah, but it's also tricky because sometimes if you would see a move, but you don't understand, you don't see the evaluation, you can also say that you don't know whether how good the position is.
Yeah, but if you don't understand how good it is, then you don't see it. Right?
Well, well, sometimes you have a choice and you go by intuition.
Yeah.
And for example, this could be intuition that after g6 that you want to weaken the opponent's king, but I think it's more than that.
Okay, yeah, that's an additional aspect. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, bishop e2 is also makes a lot of sense because he gets ready to play queen c3, which actually happened in the game. He went, he did go queen c3, and we got the information that we are going to have the playoff between Nepo and Rapport at 8:50. Sorry.
8:50. Okay, 8:50. So 20 minutes from now.
Yeah. So we can enjoy this game until then for sure. So d4, e takes d4, e takes d4.
What do you think? Is Nepo the slight favorite, or shouldn't we underestimate?
I wouldn't say so. No? I think maybe we can see more after 10 moves of the opening. But I'm seeing Rapport, he's so stable in this tournament.
But is he quick? Fast?
I think he's also pretty quick, but he has a very good mindset for this tournament. I mean, so far he didn't really have been in danger. And he was winning completely against Magnus in the playoff.
Yeah.
And he made a draw once against Sergei Karyakin in an Armageddon game, where he went wrong a little bit there, but not so much.
Yeah.
But let's see what is really happening between Sergei and Magnus, because Sergei has only 11 minutes left for the whole game, but in 4 moves, from move 41, he's going to be receiving 10 extra seconds per move. I'm not sure it will be enough because it's still not over. No matter what the engine says, if he's winning or not, though I would be surprised if he is in this position completely. I think it could, maybe even some things were turning around. I don't know. But after ED, I think in the last few moves, Magnus improved his situation. I don't know whether what is the truth. Though the king on g7 is tricky, because whenever black wants to go d3 or something, then white will have this check on c3 and capture the pawn.
But for some reason, the white king feels pretty safe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be somehow a perpetual check. That will be the end of the story.
But where are you going to give it then?
I have no idea, but look at the king on g2. Once I get near to that king, then I'm going to be chasing it.
But how do you get near? I mean,
well, queen can move long. Yeah. So the position is e takes d4. Now question where he's going to move his queen. Queen c4 looks like a good square. Though it's not the only square, also queen c2 is completely reasonable move, right? Queen c4. I don't know, let's say rook e8. Rook e8, bishop d3. And no, he went queen d3, which I'm not sure I understand. I think black will go queen c5. Finally, he's out of the box. You see, this is where the queen is coming from.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just
of course,
wondering how white
anytime-
can push these.
Anytime an exchange of queens costs black a game, I guess.
Yeah, this white bishop has improved dramatically, that's true.
But I just don't see why. I mean, I think I wanted to have the queen free and have the bishop on d3 or something like that. So now after queen c5, I mean, after queen c5, black has a really strong plan to go rook e8 and rook e3. I don't know if white goes queen c4. And then queen e5, and let's say bishop goes to d3.
Yeah, that's a clear thing. I mean, black cannot exchange queens, right?
Well, I think that's not really an option for black because takes, and okay.
And then you have two monsters there. Yeah.
You can go rook c8 just to stop prophylactically against b6, then bishop d5.
Yeah, that's.
And I don't know if everything will be right for white. Let's say king e2, rook d8, bishop b3, rook b8, and then bishop a4. And game is over. So let's see if after queen d3, black will be playing queen c5 or wants to find something else. For example, rook d5. This can be also something interesting. Though anyway, probably white just plays queen c4, rook e5, and anyway bishop d3. And it's difficult for black because if he stops rook e7, white is going to play b4 and queen c5. So black has to find something very active and bring his queen out, I think.
So you want to see the end of Firouzja against Tari?
They finished?
No, not yet, but it's...
I think they are there where we were. After bishop f3, he went king h2. And after bishop f3, he gave it check. King h7, went rook d6, queen c7, and rook d7. And right now, black is on move. And he has, well, not very pleasant moments. Because wherever the queen will be going, if he's not going to resigning already at this stage of the game, white goes rook f7. Of course, the bishop is hanging on f3, but more importantly, black will be going rook f8, and black will not be able to do anything against the mate on h8 because the bishop on c2 pins the knight.
Right.
So we can go back to our game of one of the most important, most interesting game of today's classical games. Black, Magnus played queen a5, obviously also looking for counter chances because that's the only thing he can look for. Otherwise, if he just sits and wait, then white would strengthen his position by playing b4. So the queen would have a space limitation. Also, white could go queen e4, so improve his position. That's why it was a must to look for something on the black squares with the king, with the queen. So he's looking over here towards the e1. At the same time, he's covering still the very important squares of c7 and b6. And white played queen c2. Seems to me it is a powerful move, still keeping control on the d3 square. At the same time, still c7 is not threatening in the next move because rook c8. So after queen c2 is just a strengthening move. Probably white wants to go bishop d3. Queen b4 played. Magnus has 15 minutes and Sergei Karyakin has only 8 minutes left. And from move 41, just in 3 moves time, he's going to get receiving, as well as Magnus will be receiving 10 seconds per move. So it is getting extremely exciting from the time management point of view. But of course, black is in big danger right now. So
and both will have calculated a lot already here. I mean, they know where the vulnerable points are, what to avoid.
Yeah, it's clear that white wants to go c7. I see something, for example, counter chance after bishop d3. I think black should be playing rook d5, and after c7 he will be able to play rook c5, and after c8 queen, rook takes, and queen d2 check would be a great counter chance for black. While if this bishop would be standing on e2, this would not work. So this is why white also has to be extremely careful what he's going to make in his next move. At the same time, it's always something to consider for white that black will be giving up the pawn in order to open up the line for the rook for possible counter chances, because well, this is the main question, how can black save himself? For example, if c7,
Yeah, we have a winner. Alireza Firouzja has won his game against Aryan Tari.
Well, this we were expecting after the move c5.
Yep.
It was very difficult position for Tari. Up to that point, he was though playing pretty well. In this position, actually going back to the Magnus game, I would consider maybe h5, but maybe for the reason that after, let's say, g takes, then I think there would be a win after c7 immediately and to go queen f5. Though it's not easy still to win it for white, but black is in, he has to hang on. So let's see what is really happening here, how white is going to be continuing. I think this is something very important resource for black, that after bishop d3, rook d5, and white played b3. You see, this is the kind of move in such a position. You have to be a player like Sergei, that caliber of a player. And I think we're going to have a winner guest in our studio. And I don't know if we have to have a small break for technical reasons. So we just come back, stay tuned, just a few seconds and we're back. So welcome back, and we have a winner here, Firouzja Alireza. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a very interesting game. Can you tell us a few words? What are your first impressions right now that you won your first classical game?
Sure. I mean, it was a very difficult tournament for me until now. I lost many Armageddons, but and also the game against Rapport. Also, he played extremely well, and
So you wanted to avoid an Armageddon, so that's why you really wanted the force matters in classical.
I try my best to avoid Armageddon, yeah. But sometimes it could backfire also. Like against Rapport, I normally don't play Grunfeld, but...
You surprised him, that's what he said.
Yes, of course I surprised, because I don't play Grunfeld, but he chose the very solid line, and I should have risked a little bit, but okay, anyway, he played a very good game.
Okay, so there are many good games and very interesting games in this event. What do you think about the move d5 here? Were you expecting it?
Yeah, I think d5 is kind of logical, because if he doesn't play d5, then normally this, if I get my knight on g3 and bishop on e3, it's advantage for white. So this is normally the typical way, and black has to be always in time for d5. So he pushed it anyway, but I'm not sure I played the best way to get the advantage, but this it was very interesting.
So were you considering that here you have an advantage?
I thought I had very big advantage close to winning, but I think I didn't play the
And
best
did
way.
you go wrong anywhere, or you think all the way it was?
No, it was not right, I think, at all. This D, here for a second, after I took, for 10 minutes I was thinking queen h5, but I wanted to play, but then I realized bishop f2, I have to resign here. After queen
Yes,
h5.
we were also here in our analysis with
Yeah, this
Aryan.
was like, would have been very bad. So
Yes, so actually that was your original plan, it
Right.
means, right? So, and what was your evaluation after queen e2?
Here I just didn't know what happens, because the game was out of my hand after I missed queen h5. So he found this queen b6, which is pretty good move. I went
And
back.
here you made a repetition of moves,
Yes,
and then
I
you
think
went.
it's wrong.
So you were thinking that you're better here, or you just wanted to
No, I
give it a
was not
shot?
expecting anything. Yeah.
What you had in mind after bishop c4? Because
Yeah,
this was, I was worried.
Yes, queen e4. Yeah, this is, I think, the best way probably. Queen e4.
Bishop d3?
Yeah, take, king h7, bishop e3. Yeah. And then
King
rook
b2?
f1. I thought this is actually kind of dangerous for black.
Really? I thought it's dangerous for you.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to take on f2 though.
Yeah,
Probably
because I just
takes and knight c5.
No, I take with f1.
Oops. Ah, sorry.
It's strange, but I think the king is very weak. I couldn't find good move here for black.
And f6.
Yeah,
Rook
but
e7?
then rook e7. Yeah. I thought maybe queen a2, rook e7, king g8 equalized, but okay, at least I thought I have perpetual here.
But maybe instead of, you know what, instead of bishop e3, bishop c5.
94, yes, I saw this 94.
Can black play just b6, or that's exaggerating?
That's a little
Or
passive.
queen e2?
Queen e2, yeah, this is what I was worried. And then I thought some rook b1, maybe I could. Here I stopped, because I thought I have to go for this line anyway. But I don't think I am
But what do
worse
you mean?
here.
Rook b1, bishop e3?
F3?
Ah, just f3 and you
Yes.
ignore me.
I don't think I am worse
Well.
here. I don't know. Yeah, it could be tricky, of course. Yeah, here maybe also almost dangerous. Yeah.
I would be worried, but I
Yes.
started competitive just 7 years ago, so that...
No, bishop d3 is the best try for black for
Yeah,
sure.
bishop c4 was best.
Bishop
Because,
c4, I mean.
yeah, I mean, practically after knight g6
No, this is so comfortable.
is
for
over,
black,
yeah? I mean, here...
Maybe he could, computer could defend somehow, but okay, this is just so dangerous.
I consider that after c5, it's over,
Yeah, sure.
right? But
Yeah.
it means that king g8 was not the best.
Yeah, yeah. No, here already very dangerous for him. Maybe
Okay.
some move like queen d8, but okay, still very dangerous. I had to go king h2 because some tricks.
Yeah, yeah, but black had to keep the diagonal, right?
Right.
Not this one, but this one.
Yeah.
So what was the turning point after all, your summary?
I think the bishop
Knight
c4 move
g6,
actually.
yeah,
maybe.
knight g6,
Yeah.
right? So that is here. Knight
Yeah.
g6 was the final
Yeah, was the
mistake for black.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe we can ask you about evaluation in just a minute
Sure.
with the Magnus game. What do you think?
Oh, at some point I thought Magnus is completely winning, but I think I was wrong.
Which point was the completely winning
No,
moment?
not completely winning, but maybe much better.
What do you think about this rook c6 move? It was 1 second. In this position, rook c6.
Yeah, okay, this is just crazy move. But I think it's very interesting to try to play for win. But maybe he felt that if he doesn't play this, actually he's much worse. But
Yes, yeah, this was the idea, and it was some very spectacular saving moves. Interesting, a4.
But I still think white is in trouble here. But
Yeah, so let's get a quick evaluation now here, because we're going to start in 2 minutes. The playoff of Nepomniachtchi and Rapport. Of course, you're welcome to stay with us and look at it, but we don't want to keep you up because we know that you have to prepare for tomorrow. Just the evaluation here. Do you think Sergei is winning, fighting?
I think white is safe here, right? I think white cannot lose.
But the question is, how can he win, right? If, let's say, queen c5, whether black really got control over these two.
I think the king is too weak for winning the game.
The g2 king, right?
Yes. But maybe
so what is your bet? What's the outcome?
I think we will draw.
Draw. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the game. In a minute, we're back.
Welcome back to round 5 of Norway chess, where we are waiting for the start of the first Armageddon game, which has just started. So we're not going to wait any longer, and we switch to the game. Judith, what opening was it?
Well, actually, it was a repetition of a Scandinavian, which Rapport did against Sergei Karyakin the other day, some few days ago. And it's a rare thing that he repeats an opening, to tell you the truth. But let's see how it unfolds with this old line. And bishop f4, e6. As we were discussing in the very beginning, or at some time ago, what is the tactics in an Armageddon game, right? So this is what I was expecting, that they are going to be flashing out very fast, quite few moves. And it's the first moment when Nepo was thinking a little bit, playing g4. But this is all theory, so the question is always that how much the players remember also. h4. Actually, this is one of the sharpest line in the Scandinavian. Also after h4, sometimes white is playing rook h3 to defend and control everything on the third rank. At the same time, of course, white played h4 to play h5. And the black bishop will sneak out through e4. That's the plan of the bishop. Bishop d2. That was a long, long time ago that I was playing these lines myself. And even I played Scandinavian once.
Really?
It was not a very good choice in a playoff game against Swidler, I think, in 2011.
What gave you that idea?
I have no idea. I don't know, somehow in that moment, you know, it's so difficult to get ready for a playoff.
Yeah.
And somehow I felt that I can make it, because I wanted to surprise my opponent. That was the main idea. So knight takes d7, and now king has to take on d7, because after h5, only this way he will be able to move bishop e4. But the king on d7 does not look so outrageous, to be honest, because the c6 and the e6 pawn just controlling the d5 square, so it will be not easy at all for white to open up the position. And actually the rooks are connected on the 8th rank, which is not bad at all. For now it seems like black is more developed, maybe too developed though, with his king on d7. h6. Black does not want to allow white to possibly go with g5 and push away his knight. So let's see if he's going to be playing a3, which is just happening, forcing black to take on c3, capturing back. And now the question is whether black, or with the rook. So now it starts to get a little dangerous for Rapport, I believe, but queen c7 is the right square for the queen, I believe, because it can reach out to h2, possibly, queen e2, but it's a question where the king will be going away. So probably rook d8 is kind of a logical continuation, and sneak out the artificial castle going to be done, because it would be much more dangerous for black to go to the king's side, because don't forget that g5 will come eventually. So I have a feeling that Nepo is happy what he got out of the opening.
Yeah, the black king is a serious problem, right?
It can be. Yeah. If it opens up, then definitely it can be an issue. Black, I think, wants to go later b5, somehow stop the possibility for white to play c4, because then the black bishop is in big trouble. But after b5, b3 will be on the board, and I don't even know what he will be. And this is it on the board. So the black bishop
position looks very cramped. I mean,
the black bishop can be in huge danger. Huge danger. Things don't look right. I have a feeling we'll have a guest called Nepo somehow, because it looks very, very dangerous for black. Queen h2. I guess after c4, black might be going bishop to h1, but then f3 can be the move. It is extremely dangerous for black. Of course, if white will have not c4 to kill the bishop on d5, or forced to move it, then no, actually after c4, the idea of black, I think bishop g2, but at first and after f4, queen h4 check, and black is just in time to exchange the bishop. So this is the plan for black. This is how he wants to save his bishop.
That's the
from being trapped.
Kind of tricks that he has to rely on.
Yeah, I would think, well, rook g3, that's what happened. And now it's 2-in-1, cutting out the queen from the diagonal and protecting the square on g2. White is not threatening to go f3, because then the rook would be under attack, and now knight g4 is possible. Rook h3, wow, what a queen sacrifice, look at that. Rook a2, knight f3, just doing similarly as Sergei did against him. Very cool move. That's very cool move, because
definitely creative.
Definitely in the most unexpected moment. And here, black problem, this is what's happening, because he felt that still, no matter what, he wants to go for this king c1, and of course the main idea for white in any case to go c4, and he went out to c1 because otherwise bishop f3 would be winning the queen. So let's see how things will unfold. I think black has to take the bishop on c1, on f1. Has to eliminate, because white will be able to play c4 in the next move, and black does not want to have trouble with his knight. So let's see how black tries to save.
That was a remarkable sequence from Richard.
Yes, but still, he has to be careful about his bishop a lot. Queen e2, so black still, the only problem black can have is his bishop. But that's a serious issue. So maybe he's going to go b4. Just to stabilize the bishop on d5. But...
And then you're even happy with your king on d7.
Well, the thing is that after b4, queen d2 should be the unpleasant move. And then black cannot hold on the b4 square because of rook b8 takes and then takes, and queen b4 is taken. And this is what he played. And interestingly enough, not queen d2, but rook chop chop. King b2. So I wonder if there is any practical chance for Nepomniachtchi. Of course, he has. This is why f6 was played. So the queen to e5 is stopped. But now black can have some dangers through queen d3 and queen g6. That's the thing what he will have to be careful. Actually, I think in the previous move could be a very serious move. But let's see, and I'm afraid queen d3 is coming and queen h7 will be in the air, and then white is going to play g5. And here some problem can arise for Rapport. Queen h7 is right there, king f8. Though still it's not an easy situation. The rook on a5 is unprotected, but let's see if there is anything concrete. Of course, black could be much better if the rook would be on b5. That would be a much better scenario. But maybe there is nothing going to be here problem for black. I don't know. It looks scary, but maybe it will be not enough for white. Look, everything is protected for black. Everything is protected.
Still, it looks scary.
It does look scary. So what white is doing, exchanging the pawns. Later on, probably he will exchange those pawns as well and start coming with his king. But
yeah, so
but
the
I'm not
question
sure
is,
white
is this a
will win.
fortress or is this not?
Yes, exactly. Actually, it could be some Zugzwang kind of thing. For example, now king c1. Yeah, this is the problem for black. And it's Zugzwang because he cannot move with his rook. He cannot move with his bishop. So he will have to move his king. Then he gets a check. Or king d2. But now rook b8 is possible. But then the white king is going to be moving ahead. Though black does not need his pawn on e6. So there is a good chance that he will give and play bishop e4. Well, king f4 wouldn't be a very good move now because e5 loses the king, the queen. But of course, on this level, they don't blunder such a tricks.
Almost looks like we ended up in one of your favorite studies. I mean, there's many unusual things here.
It's extremely interesting. At the same time, just for your information, Magnus is having a very difficult time because that's going to be a queen-rook endgame. Sergei having a queen. But we finished this game because it's still too exciting to switch. So queen e8, the question is whether can black hold the position or he will not be able to hold the position.
And time also becomes a factor. I mean, it's...
Black is down
1:23.
Still white has 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And the players are receiving 1 second only from move 41. This is move 46. And now white will break through with king to f4. But I think black will try to get his rook from the back. So he will be trying to play rook a1. But then, of course, this b4 pawn gets vulnerable. And I have a feeling that this should win for white. Though probably after king f4, black wants to go rook f7 check. To play this and somehow to stabilize the position, maybe. But let's say white played queen e8, queen b8, grabbing the pawn on b4, and this can be a huge problem, but rook a2, king d3, not giving up the pawn on c2, definitely not. And this is a big problem for black because once the b4 pawn is grabbed, already after that c4 comes, the stable bishop on d5 cannot hold itself. So now that's why the h5 pawn is attacked. So Rapport is looking for counter chances and he's completely right doing so. So it's still not easy for white at all. This is not going to be easy for Nepomniachtchi to score the full point. Definitely not. The threat is bishop c2 right now. So let's see if he will be able to somehow to protect his pawn. Queen a3, rook h2, I guess. Or rook b1. Still the threat is bishop c2. Rapport is already under a minute.
But fighting.
Fighting, and he will not give his skin easily, for sure. But now, of course, black starts to come with his king, and then later on he will be pushed g5, g4 as quickly as possible. And, by the way, taking the pawn on b3, I guess.
Well, if he manages that.
But he's under a minute, 43 seconds. And in the meantime, we have a game finished. I see that white won, Karyakin won.
Wow, that's a big one.
So let's see what is the situation. g5 check, king e5. King will go to f6, I guess. King h5. Black is fighting very hard. Unfortunately, d5 is there. And black just played rook f1, which was very good, because now d takes e6 is not possible to discover check, so white is escaping with his king all the way to g7, just get out of all discovered checks. And now black will have his rook on the d file later, so not to allow white to push his pawn on the d file. So rook d1 just played. The f5 bishop stands extremely good. Maybe the king will come back to f6 to attack it. And
but it doesn't look too promising for black, does it? Yeah, just finish.
So king g4 is just played. Bishop e4, queen e6, king f4, d6, bishop f5 is just there, queen e4, queen c4 check, but I guess no, queen e2. And black, they could not take the pawn because of queen h2, right? Collecting the rook. There are too many pawns today, it seems. And g4, b7, there's not enough rooks, not enough pieces to stop for Rapport all the passed pawns. So we have a winner, Nepomniachtchi won. And but we have another winner for
He's here
today, and we are going to welcome him just in a second. So welcome back, and I would like to congratulate Mr. Karyakin.
Thank you.
So it was a very special game today. Can you just say your first impression?
Yeah, it was completely crazy game. I have no ideas actually what was going on.
But maybe you can share with us and our audience a little bit your thoughts, your feelings.
Yeah, just I want to say that Magnus is so good in this line. He won many games, also against me. He played bishop f5 instead of queen b8, but also with queen b8 he beat one forest, I think. Okay, of course it's a theory, but I mean he has fantastic statistics.
Yeah,
here.
this we were
But-
wondering here
But
in
at
the
least,
studio.
at least I thought, okay, let's be principled. So
Yeah, yeah,
let's
that
go
you
here.
just go for it where the most dangers are.
Yes. And then it was probably all his preparation, this castle on b5, because
And
otherwise
can
it's
you
hard
share
to play.
up to what point? What was the surprise to you?
Well, I didn't remember castle. I think I remembered move f5. Castle I don't remember, but
But
it
he
was
always gives
very
away
very
h5
interesting.
pawn, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So you were not
but
surprised that
but
much.
now he also was giving up also b pawn and h pawn, and actually I wasn't happy with bishop h5. What I did, I wasn't impressed. Let's say.
So what was your evaluation after bishop h5?
Well, actually, I understood that he has compensation. I mean, I found also bishop d8, knight e7, knight f5, and I thought that, okay, it's probably enough compensation, but the position is...
I was worried after bishop g5 because I felt that, but probably I'm wrong, I don't know. And I don't know what else you could do. What else were you considering?
Actually, I think if I take on h5, then I should play bishop g5, or I could take try to take on b5.
On b5, yeah,
was
that's another
option.
story, yeah.
Yes, but here, I mean, otherwise knight f5 is coming and he wants to take my bishop and then to play bishop b6 and then you're not the player, so you know what is.
I don't even remember what I wanted to play. I think bishop g4 or something. I don't know. But
Bishop g4, maybe some.
I don't
No.
know.
Actually, bishop
Bishop
g4 loses to bishop a5.
no, maybe bishop
That was the
e2
problem.
or something.
Bishop e2, knight f5.
Knight f5.
Okay, I can take another pawn, but it will be very dangerous.
Yes, but after bishop a5 and knight f5,
Yeah, at least I thought I stopped his knight d4. That was my point. Okay, maybe I was actually, probably I was wrong. But I underestimated this move rook a4, which is very, very strong, I think. And he wants to play g6, bishop f3, e4, and then e3.
yes.
And it's... I couldn't find a move. That's the
So
problem.
it was after all a desperation to sacrifice your exchange. Because I was wondering whether, is it a desperation that, okay, this is the best I can do?
Well, actually, I thought it might be the best I can do. Maybe computer says, okay, it's just wrong, but basically I thought it's interesting, and it completely changes the position. So
I love the a4.
yeah. So before that he was trying to attack, and now he's, I don't know,
To defend,
yeah.
but has
somehow.
some material up. So what was your plan after rook a4?
Rook a4 actually I expected, and here I was considering both bishop g6, but bishop g6 I didn't like somehow. Knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop d4, bishop e7, rook c4.
Rook c4.
I thought black might be better here, because bishop d3 just rook takes c6. And
Yes. And so what was your plan after all?
I think I was going to play actually rook c1. And the idea is if he plays queen a7, then I go c7, c7, bishop c7, queen c2. Somehow I thought
Double
it's
attack.
important. Yes, but also I had an option to play instead of, after rook takes a4, I could also play knight c3. I wasn't sure about it.
Dreaming about reaching d5.
Yes, and some rook c4 maybe. Knight d4, queen d5, I don't know.
Yeah.
Rook c4, queen b5, rook c5, queen d3, knight d4, and I wasn't sure about it. If I have something.
Did you consider that rook a4 is the best move, or what was your
Yeah.
evaluation at this point?
I was considering rook a4 the best, and I thought that after, for example, rook c1, it's completely crazy position. But I thought that maybe I'm not worse.
So you were already having hopes that.
Yeah, I had hopes.
Things.
Yes, but okay, I understood that I'm not better. But okay, rook c6.
I think the computer said we checked it with Dirkian that rook a4 was the best. Knight d4 was not very good because now suddenly.
Okay, he could take, of course, rook c6, but after bishop e7, it's probably.
You're
I
just
guess
better.
it's drawish. Well,
Or
maybe I'm slightly better
yeah.
because I have pawn up.
Yeah. After d5, rook c1 was a very good move.
I think so. I think so.
You were
and,
not even calculating anything else?
I was calculating, but I didn't. I wasn't able to find a move because otherwise he wants to take on c6.
Yes.
And I didn't see what else. Rook c1 is strong.
And at this point, were you already feeling that you're better?
I was starting to get feeling that I'm better after bishop e3. Because here I also spent some time on
Yes.
some moves like queen
Yeah,
d5.
I was surprised. We were
something.
discussing this also here in the studio, and I said bishop e3 is not a human move.
No, actually, I think that bishop e3 is clearly
Is a
the
human
right
move.
way to play.
Yes, and it was the correct move. I just said that, well, it looks shaky with the king.
Yes, but also I have bishop, which is kind of
So which was
defending. Yes.
the point where you...
Actually, I wasn't sure about bishop e2. Maybe bishop g4 was.
Yeah, this is what
Yes.
was also
I understood
said
that I
that
had.
tried to make weaknesses for black.
Yes. Later on, I understood that I had.
That it
played-
would be...
Yes.
And in this stage, you think you're just much better?
Yeah, I thought I'm better, but it wasn't clear. Queen d3, I think, was very important because
Really?
if
I
queen
thought
c4,
queen c4.
queen c4, but d3.
D3 you didn't like.
bishop d3,
Okay. And
queen-
but you give check first,
Yeah, okay, f6.
and queen e3 or what?
Yes, and queen e3, and okay, c7 is a draw.
So you
and-
wanted to make sure that there is no way that black can give back the pawn and open up the...
Yes.
rook.
Well, maybe he had some option. Yeah, and I think later on he made a big mistake actually. So queen b4, yes, b3, and here I think rook e8 was big mistake. He
D3,
had
no?
to play d3. Yes.
Yeah, just to get rid of... Yeah, this is the only chance probably, but do you think he can save it?
I mean, maybe it's bad, but he can play some moves. For
But
example,
still, this is the best, yeah?
like I don't know, queen d4 or something. Maybe
Can't he go rook d5?
c7,
Rook c5?
c8.
Takes,
rook
takes,
c8.
queen, yeah.
Yeah, something like this. Yes. Okay, maybe.
I mean, your king is...
Yeah,
well,
king
maybe
is
just here in queen c6,
Queen c-
right?
queen c4 also.
Or queen c4,
Uh,
yeah.
Yes, but I'm sure that d3 was the best. The question is if there was safe for him. And now after bishop c4, I guess I'm just winning with queen f2. And okay, I was trying to not to spoil it. Maybe I had something more direct. Maybe I could have played
So you
queen
have
d5.
the shelter for your king.
Yeah, maybe I could have actually played
Queen
queen
d5?
d5 because there is not so much actually.
Yeah,
black can do
because
here.
the bishop just covers all this, yeah? Queen d2, king
Yeah,
h3,
king h3.
queen f2 is nothing.
Yeah, but what is next? Yeah, c7. Yeah, and
Okay, so you went king
okay,
h3.
queen f4. Okay, I was lucky that he took it because he blundered, I think, later on. But I expected him to play queen c5, and actually the game is still going on. It's not over. I would probably even come back to queen f3, queen d6, and then here I would think.
So it would be repetition and then...
Okay,
you would
like one move repetition,
Yeah.
and then some king g2 maybe or something.
Yeah, it's a strange decision, right? To exchange the queens.
No, actually I understand.
Or he
him.
missed something.
He missed. He thought it's a fourth draw.
Oh.
Because he missed. He thought that c7 instead of b6. C7 rook b3, c8 rook b5. And it's a draw.
Oh. So he wanted to have the fortress.
Probably it's a draw. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Should be a draw.
Yeah.
And
you went b6.
yeah, it was very important to play b7 and then h5 and then c7.
Details. No, you played king h3 first.
Oh, okay. I mean, it doesn't
Doesn't matter.
Yes, and here basically any move is winning. There is no way for him.
Well, very impressive victory.
Thank you. But well, honestly speaking, after yesterday's game, I was close to I don't know, to self-suicide or something.
Oh, was it so bad?
Well, my only hope was that it was a rest day for everybody and nobody was watching.
Nobody, just the whole world. But this was watched by the whole world as well, so you must have great feelings about.
Yeah, well, okay.
today.
Here, of course, after today's game, I'm come back to some life. I can smile again.
Well,
It's always a big one to beat Magnus. And you said,
you.
well, okay, you wanted to stay true to your your normal play, but still you're walking into a territory where he's been successful and
Yeah, but it's basically the only way. If you want to if you want to fight, then you have to go for some crazy lines. And also he was probably he wanted to fight also. So it was kind of both players.
but you said that you didn't have a specific idea prepared in this line, or you thought, okay,
well,
something can happen anyway.
No, actually, I looked at this line many times, but it's also for black. They can make different moves. And for example, he played bishop f5 against me, so I was more focusing on that move than to queen b8. Yeah. But it's the details opening.
But it's fascinating play. I mean, it's so complicated.
Do you think I should comment it to new chess?
Yes, please. You should do that.
Okay, I will.
Well, that's quick business.
So now
Thank you, Sergey.
You're welcome.
now there is a promise for that. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much. We
Thank
leave
you.
you because you had a very tough day. So this was one of the most interesting games so far of the tournament, I believe. Have a good rest and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.